Live here. I'm doing that right now.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry, I don't think I was clear. Okay, it says it's live. If anybody's watching, I'm going to check to make sure that, in fact, we are live. We're going live on like 3 different places here. So that all
Right,
looks good.
great.
I'll just confirm it and then make sure. Yeah, you can do your thing here. And then you're going to go live
Okay,
on Facebook here.
that's right. Yeah.
Perfect. Let's see. Let's see what's happening. This is the first time we're doing anything like this, so with collaboration.
Great.
So let's see where we're at. It says we're live, and okay, I'll mute that. So Brian, we're live on YouTube right now. I'm gonna double check. You're gonna go live on Facebook. You're at the BC Legislature. So anybody watching right now, we got Brian Edgar, Storm Rider News. It's a big day for BC. Ryan, do you want to take us away for a minute and I'll check these live streams?
Sure. Yeah. Brian Edgar for Storm Rider News and Not TV, and in collaboration with Freedom Network and BC Rising. Lots of interest here in Victoria today. John Rustad and Dr. Brian Banman will be presenting the postcard campaign, which is a campaign where postcards have been placed in doctors' offices and medical clinics, and patients have been offered the opportunity to fill out those postcards indicating that they're not in support of Bill 36, which is the Health Professions and Occupations Act, which was adopted or got royal assent, I believe it is the term, November 24th, 2022. And so there's been multiple initiatives to have this bill repealed, and this is the latest one, and it's kind of round 2. The first round was in, I believe it was May 4th of this year, and this is being led by BC Rising and the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine. And so those 2 organizations are spearheading this initiative that's culminating in today's event, where the new leader of the new Conservative Party of British Columbia, John Rustad, and MLA Dr. Brian Banman will be presenting the postcards. And I'm not sure the numbers, but I know it's over 5,000 postcards that got sent in, and this is an ongoing effort. So this isn't the end of it. This is just this is what they're going to present today, and the postcard campaign is going to continue. So if you're in BC and you're not aware of it, you can go to BC Rising or the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine to find out more, and get yourself a postcard and send it in. And so today those postcards will be presented in the Legislative Assembly in Victoria, BC during question period, and there have been 75 seats reserved for the doctors and healthcare practitioners to attend the question period, and so they'll be seated in the gallery, and some of them will be introduced by John Rustad and Dr. Brian Banman, and the postcards will, after they've been shown in the House, they will be put into the MLAs private boxes after question period's over. And then at noon today, or sorry, actually it's at 11:30 today, there will be an official press conference, and there will be 8 different speakers at that press conference. And so I'll be covering all of that as well. And hopefully we can get in a couple of brief interviews with these doctors too. It's a pretty packed schedule today, so I don't know how many people I'll actually get to talk to directly, but I'll be looking for those opportunities. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on here today. And as you can see, there's a little crowd here, and it's mostly the doctors and the organizers. And the general public has been not really notified about this part of the day, because we don't want to present this as a demonstration or a rally or anything like that. This is just the gathering moment before the doctors will go in to the building. And I'd like to also mention that there is a live stream from in the gallery, so in the Legislative Assembly, during the question period. So I actually have that link on my Facebook page, which is Storm Rider News, Rider with a Y. And I'm sure Travis will have that link too. And so when I go off the live stream, which will be 9:30ish, starting at 10 o'clock, question period begins, and the Legislative Assembly does its own live stream, so people can watch the proceedings. And then, as I say, at 11:30, after we recover our personal effects, because there's no electronic equipment allowed in the building, the question period ends at 11. We'll pick up our things and come back outside, and there'll be some tables set up, and the speeches will begin, and that'll be the press conference. So I hope everybody can attend that virtually from wherever you're watching. So thanks a lot, Travis, for having me on today. Really grateful to be able to get this out to your audience as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Brian, for being the boots on the ground today and getting out there, showing us some pictures. And hopefully there's a few doctors you can talk to this morning as well, if that all pans out. So you're going to go live on your Facebook stream, is that right? And then I'll pipe you back into here so people can keep watching the stream as well, and we'll keep mentioning where people can go.
Sounds good. Yeah, as soon as we're off the call, I'll go live on Facebook and see if I can identify some of the doctors here. It looks like they've already taken off their lab coats and put the winter coats back on. It's cool and gray here, so yeah, let's see if we can get some interviews for you.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, Brian, and good luck out there.
Okay, thanks, Travis. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, you betcha. So that's Brian Edgar with Storm Rider News, and he's out at the BC Legislature today. This is the first time we're doing this kind of collaborative broadcast here on Not TV. We're streaming live on YouTube right now. We're on the Freedom Network. We're on Liberty. And Brian's going to be going live here on Facebook. So I'm just going to be watching for his live stream, and then I can pipe that back into here. And we're going to try like a Q&A thing, call-in type show later on when they get into the legislature for this question period. If we can feed some of that back in, because that's being broadcast online as well through the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia website. And Brian said he's got the link there on his Facebook page. So if you were to go to Facebook, Storm Rider News, that's Storm Rider, R-Y-D-E-R, you will be able to look up the links, and he's doing a pretty good job out there on the island to keep you guys informed. So not a lot of people really know what's going on with the Bill 36 here in British Columbia. And I'm going to, where do I have my notes? Somewhere up here. There's been a really good press release for today, actually. So I'm going to be looking up to read this to you guys. Just some details. Brian covered it, but maybe you're tuning in now. This would be awesome if we were on Facebook streaming, but again, this is the first time that we're doing anything like this, so working out some technical bugs. I'm trying to manage this from the computer here and try and keep track of when people are going live, and anyway, we'll get the bugs worked out. So thanks guys for watching and following. Hopefully if you catch the replay, you will hear something new or something that allows you to be more informed of what is taking place here. So let's see here if I can open up the press release, which doesn't seem to want to open from that link. What's this button do? Nothing. There we go. Okay, it's opening now. So they're in Victoria, BC today at the BC Legislature, and BC Conservatives John Rustad, MLA, and Dr. Bruce Banman are presenting more than 5,000 Repeal Bill-36 postcards in the Legislature this morning during Q&A. And the postcards are individually addressed to let's see here. So the postcards signed by the public over a 7-month period and individually addressed to MLAs of all parties demand that their elected representatives review Bill 36, which is now the Health Professions and Occupations Act. And I'm just trying to see if Brian's live yet. Not seeing a live on here. I want to keep working to double check this as well. So after the presentation today, Rustad and Banman will be joined by healthcare practitioners, including BC doctors, nurses, and chiropractors, to hold a press conference on the front steps of the BC Legislature. That's between 12 to 1 p.m. I think Brian was saying 11:30 actually we'll get going on the press conference. So that's a little bit. I'll fill in some more gaps for you. I just feel a little bit lost right now because I'm not seeing a live from Brian, and I don't want to necessarily miss anything. And then we've got somebody else going live on the Not TV page right now. And I know we're not necessarily live. Let's see here. Facebook's changing things, hey, and YouTube and all that. So I wasn't sure if we would get another strike for doing this on Facebook today or what that's going to look like. But looks like we're live on Freedom Network anyways, so all good. And we're we're also live on in Cowichan. Was it Cowichan Valley News? Sorry, Joseph. I trying to get all this other stuff going and still looking for Brian's live feed here. So bear with me, folks. Let's see if we can see what we see. So I've got a most popular video from Brian. Not seeing a live feed. Don't know if I'm looking somewhere else. If any of you guys out there in YouTube land happen to know, jump over to the YouTube chat. See, we're going to need to somehow consolidate all these different chats, I think, is what will happen at the end of the day. So if you're watching and chatting on whether it's Freedom Network or whether it's coap.ca, thank you, Joseph. So the Citizens Oversight and Accountability Project, streaming onto their YouTube page as well. And away we go. So let me read a little bit more of this press release, because this is really important for people in BC, and some people are saying this is just in BC right now, but if this type of bill passes in BC, it's possible a similar bill can pass in other provinces around Canada. So it's important to be aware, and if you don't agree, to fill out one of these postcards, which will get passed down to the MLA. The postcards were put together by BC Rising, the Bill-36 committee, which is comprised of health professionals working to prevent the decline of healthcare in British Columbia. The Bill-36 postcard campaign was created to engage the public and their government representatives in meaningful dialogue and prevent the implementation of the Health Professions and Occupations Act. So the Health Professions and Occupations Act was passed illegally without due consideration in November of 2022. Now, this is the press release that Dr. Stephen Malthouse wrote up, and he says that it was passed illegally and without due consideration. And I'll get to that point. He makes a few points in his press release to hit home how they didn't give due consideration. And if you stay tuned, we'll get to that. I just want to point out the Bill-36 committee recognizes that untenable restrictions and penalties in the Act will drive healthcare practitioners into retirement or out of the province, thereby worsening the already overburdened healthcare system in BC. So it's important. It's important to be aware of the repercussions of such an act and use your voice. Some people, I was mentioning this to somebody in the grocery store the other day, and she just expressed, well, what can we really do? Is there anything that we can really do? And this today is one of those steps towards making a change, and this is people actually taking action and doing what they can do. So let me check Brian's page here again and see. He might be live on here and I'm just not seeing it. So oh, there's a live link. Yes, he is. Okay, so I've got this for you guys. Let me cut over to Brian's. Hopefully the stream's going to be somewhat smooth. It's looking a little choppy on this computer, so I might need to change the way that we're doing this. I'm gonna try and clean up this stream for you guys. Bear with me here. Bear with me. Okay. Yeah, 1 second. You know what? I might just change things up. Again, I did a test. It was working. And now we're trying to just jump through a couple technical difficulties. So again, if you kind of tag team between what I'm doing here and what Brian's doing on his Storm Rider News Facebook page, I will get this feed to you momentarily. All right. 1 second here, folks. Thank you so much for your patience. Doing on his Storm Rider News Facebook page, I will get this feed to you momentarily. And I've got to mute.
Excuse me, Dr. Malthouse.
Yeah, hi.
Can I have a moment of your time?
Sure you can.
It's Brian Edgar with Storm Rider News.
Hello, Brian. Nice to meet you again.
Nice to see you, Dr. Malthouse.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. And yourself? So I'm on with Not TV today and Liberty and Freedom Network and my own page, Storm Rider News. And so coming down to cover the event today and just interested to hear your take on things. Looks like there's quite a lot of postcards come through. I'm going to put the mic a little bit closer to you too.
Yeah, well, there's more than 5,000 cards that are being delivered. We're giving them to John Rustad and Bruce Banman, who are both MLAs.
Banman, I got his name wrong.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Bruce Banman. He's a retired chiropractor. Well, he was a chiropractor, and now he's representing us, the BC Party, the BC Conservative Party. Anyway, they're going to be delivering these to the MLAs in the legislature today, and so we have here with us a gathering of healthcare practitioners that have come here to observe this, to sit in the gallery, and afterwards to take part in the press conference, to describe or to tell the general public why we're doing this, which is that Bill 36, which was passed back in November of 2022, and is now the Health Professions and Occupations Act. That act has got so many clauses in it which were, first of all, not read by the MLAs before it was passed, that it needs to be re-examined. And secondly, the contents of it are those that are really going to destroy healthcare in British Columbia. By that I mean there are fines for doctors of up to $500,000 and 2 years imprisonment if you're incorporated, if you speak out and talk against public health policy or government policy. All the medical colleges, the colleges for healthcare practitioners, which are self-regulating, are going to be condensed down into 6 colleges, and the advisory boards for those colleges will be made entirely up of appointees from the government. So you're not going to be able to elect your peers to come in and give advice to the colleges anymore. It'll all be government run.
And what's your feeling about peers governing peers?
Well,
is
obviously,
that a functional thing? That seems to be something people are questioning and suggesting that perhaps that's even a good thing about this bill.
Well, in the medical college, we've had 50% of the people, 50% of the people who were actually on the college board for making decisions. Let's say, for example, discussing a policy, but also discussing whether doctors need to be, reprimanded or punished or whatever for misbehavior, that sort of thing. Half of those were elected by their peers, so they at least could say, okay, in the medical clinic, this is a typical situation, and this is what normally happens. Now, they could give a better view of what it's like from someone who has the experience in practicing medicine. 50% of those were then appointed by the government, and they were kind of like looking in from the outside, and they could give a view, hopefully, to protect the public. And so before, I think it was more balanced. Now, in the last few years, our college has not done a great job at protecting the public. In fact, they've really gone after those doctors which are trying to really speak out and tell the public what they know from the research about the COVID shots, etc. But this is going to be much worse, because now the colleges will, the practitioners themselves will have no say in how their peers practice.
Yes, I understand that I believe it's paragraph 213, there's something about the minister being able to establish practice standards and govern or regulate what doctors must and cannot say to their patients.
That's exactly right. So because that risk of having huge fines and even imprisonment is going to be hanging over the heads of doctors, you can see a lot of doctors are going to retire, they're going to leave the province, they're already doing that. we're already very much undermanned in a lot of the clinics here for doctors. The emergency rooms are closing for lack of staff, and even some wards, like maternity wards, are being closed in some of the towns around British Columbia. And I know colleagues that have gone to Alberta, some that have gone to the United States. They're going to be leaving in droves, and those that are left, that haven't either retired or left the province, those that are left are going to be under such stress and pressure, because even now patients can't get in to see them. They're going to have huge workloads, and they won't last very long either. So we're going to see a lot of sickness among practitioners as well.
Mm-hmm. I understand that I believe it was in Victoria alone there was one count of there being understaffed by 9 oncologists, and so people are already traveling down to the States to get treatment.
That's right. Yeah, for cancer treatment, they have to go down to Bellingham, some of these patients, because we just don't have the, let's say, the ability to staff the normal wards and facilities here in British Columbia. I mean, it's really, and this is just the beginning. This is a snowball right now, and it's going to be an avalanche very soon when they start to implement this bill. The bill was passed last November, but the thought was that the act will be implemented once they fill out all the vague details in the background. You know, what do they consider to be misinformation? You know, what sort of mandates will be applied to the professions? And then I think we're going to see that it'll really pick up speed, and healthcare will disintegrate much faster.
So there's significant parts of the bill that haven't been clearly defined, and so what's that going to look like in the definition process?
Well, we won't know because it can be done behind closed doors. But if you look at just the term misinformation, I mean, that's open to huge interpretation. What is misinformation? From the perspective of people that are not scientists or medical clinicians or healthcare practitioners, or even know the inner workings of it, I mean, these people cannot keep up with the literature. So you can't expect them to be able to define misinformation accurately.
I think I'm getting ready to go inside and take part in viewing the things in the gallery. So thank you so much for your time today, Dr. Malthouse, and I look forward to talking with you more at the press conference if I can get a bit of time with you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, take care. So that was Dr. Stephen Malthouse, and now I'm being called to go into the gallery, I think. Hello, Dr. Shung.
Yeah.
Thank you for helping me with the name.
Not a problem.
Yeah, my name's Brian Edgar. I'm with Storm Rider News.
Great.
And
Nice to meet you.
I'm really grateful to be here today, and thank you so much for everything that you've been doing.
Oh, okay. You're welcome.
I'll just hold it out. Hold it out. This is the
okay.
microphone here.
Okay.
So it looks like there's pretty good turnout of doctors here today, and hopefully all the seats in the gallery will be filled, and we have a good impact in there today.
Right.
What are you expecting from the legislators in terms of receiving this?
It'll be very interesting today.
Uh-huh.
You know, I hope for the best, but I prepare for the worst, shall we say?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Always a good practice.
Right. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But it'd be very interesting to see their response to it. I think,
Yeah.
and, you know, this is probably a very accurate representation on what the people of British Columbia feel about this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that as we identify more people, I think there'll be more cards in the future.
Right. So the postcard campaign's ongoing. This isn't the end.
Correct. It is ongoing.
And the petition that was being signed, that was, I believe, May 4th. It was presented by John Rustad, and that was, I think, 15 or 17,000 signatures. Is that ongoing as well?
It was 17,500,
17
and it is still ongoing.
Okay. Well, that's great. And just curious about your thoughts of there being a lack of a definition of practice standards in, I believe it's paragraph 213. How is that likely to get defined as things progress, if they do, if the bill gets enacted, as they say?
You know, I think that's a great question, because I was thinking of the exact same thing today. I read Harry Caton's original report, and he talked about practice standards. And I was wondering, what exactly does he mean by standard? Are you talking about a standard meaning average, meaning you're breeding mediocrity? Or are you encouraging people to perform at a very high standard and have that high standard be passed on? I don't think there's any definition whatsoever regarding the standard. And I think that'll be a very good question to ask.
So is this, when we talk about practice standards in BC, are we talking about something that's being developed by the BC medical system, the leadership within that system, or are we talking about perhaps something that's coming down from unelected bodies like the WHO?
I know for certain it is not being developed by the doctors of BC. And so what a practice standard is, I think it is completely non-defined. It could be from the WHO, but then
I'm just curious because we're seeing, it feels and seems like there's a lot of input coming to what we'd like to think of as sovereign nation states from the WHO and the UN, specifically obviously in regards to COVID, but going forward it looks like they want to have a hand in everything.
Unfortunately, I think you're right. I think they do want to have a hand in everything, but I think it'll be very challenging for them because what is a practice standard here in the West and how does that apply to a third world country? Mm-hmm. I think that is a monumental task, and I don't think it will be defined by them at all. I think that they will talk about this and they will delegate it to the specific countries. And from there, I think it'll be up to the various countries to define that, but I think that it is very difficult to define.
Mm-hmm. But either way, it seems like it will significantly impact the way healthcare practitioners, doctors, and so on are able to interact with their patients directly, one-on-one, regarding their specific individual care.
Right, I agree. I think that probably they will never define practice standards. They will use that term loosely because the practice standard will vary according to what the government of the day feels is appropriate, and that will be channeled down to the doctors.
Well, that seems like a pretty significant shift in how things are between a patient and a doctor. That privileged, and confidential relationship where, and I guess this goes into also the ability that the government will now have to access records. What is the current situation with the government accessing patient records now? It seems like this is a change.
Well, I believe it will be a change. I don't know what the current standard is. I think that previously, obviously, you had to have good reason. You'd have to issue some type of notice that you want to have certain records reviewed. I don't know what this will look like going forward. I think that is a very concerning aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously, people want to feel like, it's just interesting to even just consider how that will affect. With people's records, I don't know. For me, I guess I'm curious whether this, ties into digital ID and other things that we're hearing about. A consolidation of information, and if patient records are a part of that, then again, just curious whether this Bill 36 or the Health Professions and Occupations Act ties in with the sustainability goals of the UN, and is that something that you're thinking about?
I personally am not, but it's a digital world now, so everything is digitized. Mm-hmm. The real concerning aspect is who can have access to this.
Right, information is so valuable, and so for us to have to share our information on the order of the ministry, and for that information to become more widely available and possibly sold to third parties, this is stuff that I think we don't really know about, but these are questions and things that could really impact people's privacy.
I agree entirely. I think people's privacy is going to be jeopardized because of this.
Right. So is there anything else that you'd like to share with the people of BC and Canada? And I even understand this may be going as far as Australia today. So is this something that's going to be moving across Canada? BC seems to be the leading edge of this situation. Should people be concerned that if about how things are happening here today and how this could affect them in other parts of the world?
Yeah, I think it's very concerning not only for British Columbians but for everybody, because this really is an experiment in terms of what is going on here. We have massive government overreach based on a document which in all reality was reasonably fair. The government has made massive changes to it. It has not adhered to the recommendations of the document, and the way that it has been rolled out in almost like secrecy. They invoked closure. There wasn't full debate on this.
Right. So is that really an anomalous thing, or does that happen regularly? Is that something they're allowed to do, or was that way out of line?
Up until about 2 years ago, I was never aware of what politicians, and how bills were actually passed.
Right. It's not your wheelhouse, really.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But this has been quite an eye-opener to everything.
I'm sure it has. For so many of us, hey, so many things coming, and
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, Dr. Shang.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's been a pleasure speaking with you today, and I look forward to attending the press conference and hopefully get a chance to talk with you again.
Lovely. Thanks
Okay.
so much, Ryan.
Yeah, you're
care.
welcome. Take care. Yeah. Sapochnikov. Got it. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, Brian Edgar live from Victoria,
I think almost Brian.
BC.
Anyone else you'd like to speak to? There's some ladies here that
and in front of the BC Legislature,
Okay.
where
talk to them very
Yeah,
quick.
sure.
doctors are presenting
Hi,
thousands
may I have a moment of your time?
of postcards
Waiting to get called to go in.
Yes,
during question and answer
I
period
won't
today.
keep you if it's time for you to go. My name's Brian Edgar. I'm with Storm Rider
See
News.
what Brian's got here.
And I'm just, I don't even know your name. May I know your name?
Linda.
Linda?
Yeah.
Linda, so what brings you here today?
I want to hear the reading
Uh-huh.
of the bill and be part of a movement to sort of do something about what's been going on here.
Right. Yes, me as well. Yeah, I'm very grateful to see so many people have turned out today. And so it looks like there was lots of postcards and a good photo op with the doctors.
Yeah.
And you're here with friends today too?
Yeah, and I'm a former registered nurse for 43 years.
Oh, thank you for your
So,
service.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you're really invested in this.
Yeah, and now I'm an integrative health coach as a way of helping people to take care of their health and heal.
And so is that something that's regulated by the Health Professions and Occupations Act?
No,
or
it's a different professional
And
organization.
so may I ask you whether or not you decided to take up this new occupation because of the Health Professions and Occupations Act, or was that something that a decision that you made before this?
It was a decision that was kind of percolating.
Okay.
But when Bill 36 was I became aware of Bill 46. Or 36 is that it's protocol medicine, and as a teacher of registered nurses for years, I realized that protocol medicine was already kind of laying the foundation.
Can you tell me a little bit what protocol medicine is?
Protocol
a
medicine
layperson?
is that somebody else decides with a collection
I
of
understand.
interventions that is offered to the client, whether they want it or not, and it's under the kind of foundation or the umbrella that one size fits all. And that's
So does this kind of go with practice standards, which is something that we're seeing in the bill? No, that's something different.
that's something different, I think. But that's my understanding of it, and Bill 36 is going to push practitioners in a direction to offer what they or somebody else thinks is a fit with the client. I've always taught health promotional philosophy, which is the client is, no matter how marginalized, capable of determining their own needs, finding their own answers, and solving their own problems. So that comes from an empowerment place, and when somebody is dictating to the doctors what they have to offer, then it shortens the conversation, and it also makes a power over relationship.
That's interesting that you say it shortens the conversation. So it almost sounds like there's a money saving thing built into the protocol medicine.
Well, it doesn't allow that kind of give and take for what a client really wants and what's really going on.
Yeah, it takes the one-on-one relationship and the discussion and the choices kind of out of the situation.
Absolutely, because you're kind of pushing them down a hallway, which the client then hasn't got a choice. One size never has fit all, and I think we've seen that, what's happened in the 3 years that we've endured right now.
Right, so that's a pretty major shift, which was clearly led by the COVID coming out and everyone being so strongly encouraged to take a one-size-fits-all approach.
That's right, and it's an ideology, and it's away from natural health, and it's away from choice and empowerment. So that's a philosophical foundation that's being pushed, and the ideology in British Columbia has been that if you're a healthcare worker, you get vaccinated, and without any assessment, and therefore this kind of initiative is ignoring people that have different contexts and that can react and have adverse reactions, as well as mentally. And when you're coerced into doing something, it's a mental health kind of, here I am, I'm called in.
Thank you so much for your time today.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, enjoy. Hi.
How's it going?
I'm well. How are you?
Ingrid.
Yes.
Yeah,
I recognize you. Yeah.
Good. So I'm going to be at the back test at 11.
I'm streaming live right now, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go in and have some fun.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm going to come in too and join in the party and enjoy the architecture on the inside as well.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see you in there.
Yeah, we'll see you in there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Brian Edgar with Storm Rider News. Turn the camera around for 2 secs. Thank you so much for watching. I will start the live stream again at about 11:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and that'll be for the press conference out here on the steps, where we'll hear from 8 different speakers, doctors, lawyers, and they'll be giving us some more information about Bill 36, and I'll give you a little update about how things went in the House today. And if you look to the link on my previous post on Storm Rider News Facebook page, you'll see, and possibly Travis is also posting this on Not TV. There's a link for the live stream that the Legislative Assembly sends out, broadcasts of the question period, so you can watch the proceedings yourself live. And I hope you'll join back in at 11:30 when I come back out and cover the press conference. Okay, so Storm Rider News signing off in Victoria, BC at the Legislative Assembly, November the 9th, for the postcard campaign to repeal Bill 36, or what is now the Health Professions and Occupations Act. Okay, thanks a lot for watching. Bye for now.
Awesome. So thank you, Brian. I think I'm unmuted here for bringing us that live segment with the questions before you go into the legislature here. So Brian is able to go into the gallery, but he's not able to stream. So I'm going to pick up the stream from the legislature here and put that in here so you guys can just watch. No clicking around needed. You can stay on whichever platform you're on and check it out. And made this, I got to go sit over here. The Repeal Bill-36, right? Like, isn't this what the news used to do? They used to tell us stories that mattered and follow up. And, every day we'd see the progression of what's going on. Make it nice and simple, easy to understand. This is the Repeal Bill-36. Bill-36, again, is a bill that got passed without very much input from doctors and health practitioners around BC, and it affects the entire industry of BC. So a little bit more from the press release. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make sure I can see if they end up going live here at the legislature. So I will turn that on and make sure that, so just so you guys can see what I'm seeing. I gotta pull that graphic off. Work in progress. They got some music going. And we'll come back to this feed shortly. In the meantime, we've got this fancy graphic, which doesn't go on at the same time. Anyways, there's lots we can do with this live stream. This is the first one, Not TV, reporting live from the BC Legislature news style with Brian Edgar out in the field. And I'm Travis Cross, and I'm here in the home studio because we don't have our studio. Actually, I got a studio downstairs, but it's got a 4-foot ceiling, so it's a bit of this is a bit nicer. So the Bill 36, a little bit more about it. So although Health Minister Adrian Dix, BC Health Minister Adrian Dix, proclaims a 4,000, I'm reading the press release brought to us by Dr. Stephen Malthouse. Thank you very much. And he says, although Health Minister Adrian Dix proclaims a 4,000 person consultation process, only 56 doctors responded to his survey, which was non-specific in content and implemented before Christmas break. 2 separate requests for collaboration from doctors of BC were refused by the minister. So doctors wanted to have a say in this bill and attempted to approach the minister and have a say, but they were refused. And the act intrudes into the relationship between practitioners and their patients by removing self-regulation from the 15 healthcare colleges and delivers complete control to the government. Practitioners who swerve from government guidelines are subject to fines of up to $500,000 and 2 years in prison. And for clarity, Dr. Stephen Malthouse earlier, just moments ago, was saying that is for, I have yet to read the bill in its entirety, so we're going to go off this press release and then dig into some more details. It is important, and I do want to try and get the facts right. So $500,000, my understanding now, is if the doctor has a corporation or is incorporated, but those are still very, very hefty fines. And there's examples of some doctors who have been silently leaving the province of British Columbia to go elsewhere or are retiring early. And that's one of the major points here today, is for you and anybody in BC to be aware of the impact of doctors quietly leaving or retiring, and what kind of a strain does that put on the already stressed healthcare system in British Columbia. So the act intrudes into, I think I read this part, yeah, with the fines. So Dr. Stephen Malthouse, a BC doctor with 43 years experience in family practice, says no one would willingly work under these circumstances. Those that don't leave the province will be dropping like flies from the stress. Just about everyone will lose their doctor. The threat of fines and punishment under this new act will increase the exodus and retirement of experienced professionals from the province. And BC physician Dr. John Klein wrote as a farewell to his patients. He says, "I was hoping to finish my medical career here, but unfortunately, with the current provincial government passing Bill 36 in November 2022, it has made it impossible for me to continue practicing medicine in British Columbia." So there's a postcard campaign, a Bill 36 postcard campaign brought to us by BC Rising and their Bill 36 committee. The postcard campaign is intended to stop the deterioration of healthcare in British Columbia. The campaign is a collaboration between BC Rising and the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine, and is supported by the BC Conservative Party. Both public and healthcare practitioners can send postcards to their MLAs, alert them to the dangers of Bill 36, HPOA, the Health, let me make sure I get that right, the Health Professions and Occupations Act, and demand that they prevent its enactment in early 2024, pending a thorough and transparent collaboration between government providers and public. So that, in a nutshell, is kind of what's going on. You saw a couple interviews. There's going to be another press conference here happening at 11:30. It's 9:30 now, so that's in about 2 hours. We're just waiting for the legislature to kind of kick off here. This is their opening video, or there's a cameraman in there, I'm not really sure. And we're gonna attempt, while they do that, I'm gonna attempt getting some call-in links for you guys so we can get a few perspectives and points of view on the show as well. So if you were to, I'll get the email, because this might actually be the easiest way to do it. If you email Kathy at not.tv, and I'll get the email up on the screen here in a moment, then you can request to call into the show. We don't have like a phone number I can throw up on the screen and you just call in. It would be a link that you would be, it's video and audio. You can choose to not turn your video camera on and it can be audio only, but I would love to hear from you and have a conversation about what your thoughts are on what's going on, and get some more perspective as to if you think, will this go anywhere, today's events? Do we need to do more of it? Is it futile, or will it make change? If enough people rise up to make their voices heard, will change be seen? And then what are the next steps? And overall, just what are you feeling about Bill 36 in BC? And did you hear about it before today? Did you hear about it back in November of last year? And who did you hear about it from? I've heard that there are health food stores who have signs now in the stores kind of alerting to the effects of, and that might be a different bill. So I'd love to get a few more experts on here that I can have a conversation with, just to break down some of the details of all the different things going on. Is Bill 36 related to what I've been hearing about natural food products, natural health products? And, is the government regulation going to affect both the natural products industry as well as the doctors with Bill 36? Or is it two separate bills? Or like, what's going on here in BC? And is it happening in other provinces? Are other provinces also experiencing the same level of regulation, imposition as British Columbia is? So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Email Kathy@not.tv. I will go to this live video full screen here just for a moment so that I can get the email up on screen for you guys. So live from the BC Legislature here, where they're about to get going, but that's in about half an hour. So we may take a break here. We may just keep going. You know what? I'm going to try and keep finding content to give you guys. In the meantime, you can take a break from this live feed, come back to it, and have these checkpoints. We're live on not.tv, so you can go straight to the homepage and watch right now. We're live on freedomnetwork.tv. Is that right, Gary? You can always just text me if I make any mistakes on air today, and then I will correct it right away. And we are live at the coap.ca YouTube page, which is the Citizens Oversight and Accountability Project, coming to us from, I believe, in Cowichan. They are on the island, and I've got some questions about what's happening in Cowichan. One of the things I had heard is that the farmers out there are on these water restrictions, and I don't know if there's cattle restrictions or how many animals you can have. So that's a topic I'd like to explore in a little bit more detail, because food and healthcare, those are two very important things for our lives, and I think it's worthwhile if we can keep this story going and also jump into other stories and create more fancy graphics like this, just so that we can follow along on what's happening in our world today. and do what the news, the mainstream news, is supposed to be doing. And they are, I don't feel personally, this is my opinion, and I gotta say that it's my opinion, because if I want to get really objective here and make sure that everybody's represented equally, because everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, and I just want you to be able to make an informed decision on how you live your life, as well as hold government officials to account, because that's the purpose of news. The purpose of news is to hold our elected officials accountable so that they are actually representing you and doing what they said they were going to do. And with the way that the mainstream media has been going, we're seeing not very much of that. And if you look at Bill C-11 and C-18 here in Canada, well, we're seeing less and less of that. But today is not about Bill C-11 and C-18. Today is about Bill 36 here in BC. I guess it's on that side. So Bill 36. And we are here in BC and in Victoria, BC, specifically at the BC Legislature, where thousands of postcards signed by doctors and the public are going to be presented as a message to MLAs, and through this live stream and you watching, to try and get the word out so more people are aware. This is about raising awareness and taking action through making your voices heard. And you know what, I just realized I'm going to get you a link for the postcards so you can actually take action and know what to do. So stand by while I get that up and running, as well as if you want to call into the show and share your opinion, then I invite you to email Kathy. Oh, that is on the wrong there. Let's see if I can do this. There we go. Email Kathy and ask for a call-in link in order to share your opinion, and then we will get you onto the show. It's video and audio, but I would love to hear from you. And we've never done anything like this before, so this is a new experience for all of us. And if you can call in and tell us what you think about Bill 36, I would love to hear from you. So email Kathy and ask for that call-in link, and we will try and organize that and see how that goes. Where are my call-in links? So I might have not actually, I was in the process of setting them up. So there's a few things to do this morning. And in the meantime, we've got the Legislative Assembly that is hanging out. And see, I didn't settle this up. I got to turn the graphics on and off every time I click. We'll get more efficient in time. If you like what you see, then how about this? You can, oh, I don't want that grab. Okay, yeah, I got a couple things that I got to do here. So I'm going to leave you with this nice legislature music. You might want to mute it, to be honest, and I will be back in 5 minutes. So give me 5 minutes here, and I will come back to you. And then when I come back, it'll be about 15 minutes until they resume their sitting, and we'll see what that's all about. So hope you're having a great morning, and thanks for tuning in. I will be back in 5 minutes. Looks like we might have to come back a little bit early. Look, we're already back. The BC Legislature live stream seems to be buffering. Maybe they don't like people restreaming their stream. Hard to say. But we'll see. We'll see. Otherwise, we'll figure something out. And I just had to reset the page, it looks like. All right. So also, I would like to mention that, let's see. Oh, there's one more graphic I was going to set up. All right. We'll still be right back. I think this thing's still going. Is it working? Is it not working? Yeah, it's working. All right. No music. Oh, there it is. All right. Give me a couple more minutes here, guys. We should should add some music to that or something. Actually, I'm surprised that this is holding up so well. Our main computer is in another city, and this video card is like maxed out. So, knock on wood, this just keeps going. Thanks for tuning in today. I'm Travis Cross. This is not TV. We're broadcasting live. Brian Edgar is down with Storm Rider News, is down at the BC Legislature, where thousands of BC doctors are presenting postcards to repeal Bill 36 here in British Columbia, Canada, where the government has put together a new Health Professions and Occupations Act, not just put together, but passed without the consultation. They did not consult with all of the doctors in the province. And when the doctors tried to approach the health minister, Adrian Dix, they were refused, and no discourse was actually held in advance. No proper discourse. At least that's the feeling of these doctors who are here today to raise awareness around what Bill 36 is and how it impacts all of the citizens of British Columbia when it comes to healthcare, and the effect that it's having on doctors and other health practitioners who are now either silently leaving the province or retiring early because of the weight of the fines involved with the new bill. Now, the new bill, I've got a couple more details here for you because it does say that, I don't have it in here. Okay, I'll keep looking. Actually, you know what? I've got a link right here. Bear with me for 1 minute because this one was, I think, worth pointing out. So this is from the Doctors of BC website, and they had clarified a little bit about the bill, And as I had started to understand more about the bill, it has a pretty serious effect on what the government regulations impose on health professionals. So it's worth health professionals knowing and sharing amongst themselves and raising their voices if this is not something they want, as well as for the citizens of British Columbia to also be aware and raise their voices if this is not something they want. Excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to clear my throat. So Bill 36, the Health Professions and Occupations Act, it was formerly Bill 36, and now it's being called the Health Professions and Occupations Act. In November of 2022, so last year, like a year ago, we're already in November of 2023. So last year, the BC government completed the third reading of the new Health Professions and Occupations Act, which brings sweeping changes to how health professions are governed and regulated. And then in May of this year, the president, board chair, and CEO of Doctors of BC met with the Ministry of Health Deputy Minister to voice concerns expressed by members, which focus on the shift to appointment of college boards and changes related to investigation and discipline. So this is a big overhaul of any health act in the province. Now the ministry, the BC ministry, will now move toward developing regulations before the act takes effect, a process which could take a year or more. It is extremely unlikely that government will repeal legislation that has received royal assent. So at this time of the writing on the Doctors of BC website, they're focusing their efforts on this window of time while regulations are being developed to advocate on behalf of their members so that your views are reflected in the implementation. We are in discussion, they say, with other organizations representing health professionals so that our responses are aligned and coordinated. And it goes on. It should be noted that the Act also contains important improvements in supporting cultural safety and humility, regulating additional professional occupations, and consolidating smaller regulatory colleges to improve their capacity to regulate effectively. So there's a lot there. I think getting the viewpoint of people in the profession is super important, as well as your thoughts on it. And of course, using this window of time to make your voices heard. This seems to be what this is all about. And important as we exercise our democratic rights and responsibilities to live in a democratic society, that if we just stay silent, then that's not part of the democratic process. People will get into power and do what they do, and if you don't mention or raise concern or address what they're doing with your viewpoints, then how will they ever know that you don't agree? So it's really important to use your voice and to get out there. So one of the other things I said I was going to do, and I still have to do, look at that graphic is not on the screen properly. All right, so I'm going to fix a couple things again, and it looks like they're still getting ready. We got a couple more minutes. Let me reset this timer, and we'll be right back one more time, I suppose. I'm going to try and drag this out while I actually click a few buttons and make the thing do what it needs to do. So I'll come back right before 10 o'clock, and then we can talk about whatever I can put together along the lines of postcards. I got to remember, there's a few things going through my brain. So I'm going to get this postcard link for you guys, fix this graphic, and then we'll be able to start seeing what's going on in the BC Legislative Assembly today, which, have you ever been so excited about politics? It might be interesting, it might be dull. If you watch Question Period in the House of Commons, I don't know if it'll be that theatrical, but it will be an interesting morning nonetheless here in British Columbia. Thanks for tuning in, and I will see you shortly. I should probably turn my microphone on, eh? Anyway, I'm texting right now, just getting together a link for you guys so that you can go check out the postcard for yourself. And this is going to take 1 minute to set up to make it really easy. Oh, you know what? Okay, there's a couple things behind the scenes here to get you guys an easy link. I'll be able to do this while the legislative assembly's in progress. If you want to watch that portion of the broadcast, I will get the postcards linked together in a really easy to share way, and I will make sure that the call-in links are working. And then again, if you want to call in, then please email Kathy at not.tv and you can ask for a call-in link. We're still getting those sorted out, so you may get a response from Kathy, but we are still working on the links. So you'll have to be patient there, and I'll get you to call directly into the show, and then I can just put you on and we can talk about your opinions about Bill 36. So please email, and we hope to hear from you. In the meantime, I'm going to say, if you are interested in supporting this broadcast, you can buy me a coffee. I would love a coffee. I don't have a coffee right now. I got a glass of water. So it's nice too. Water is important. But if you go to not.tv/coffee, you will be taken to a page where you could buy me a coffee this morning, and that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you very much for your support, and thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking us out on freedomnetwork.tv, on Liberty, on not.tv, on Facebook, on YouTube. Well, technically we're not on Facebook right now. There's a different stream going out on Facebook. So, you know, there's so many platforms, and as we ramp this up, we can get going on multiple destinations. Each one has their perks, but new is freedomnetwork.tv. So I invite you to go check out freedomnetwork.tv. Now that's a link I got to get on here as well. And if I start clicking around, I might break something. So I will also get a link to Freedom Network. And you know what's fun about live broadcasting is the graphics. That's what I think. And if you can get the graphics changed live while you work, then even better. And it just keeps it going. So hey, it looks like the Legislative Assembly is starting to get going. So I'm going to jump off here in a minute. Oh, and I didn't plan that very well. All right. So let's see what they're doing. And it doesn't sound like they're saying much right now. I'm going to have to do some more clicking around just to clear my graphics, fix the graphics, just after I talk about graphics. It sounds like they're starting to get going here. I'll leave you guys to it and work on some things. Enjoy your morning. Let's see what happens, shall we? This is exciting. I haven't actually watched the BC Legislature before, so I don't know how the timing works and if the question and answers at the end, although they did just have the agenda up on screen. And if you had a chance to read that, I was looking at my phone, so I missed it. And it looks like they're just kind of getting settled in here and ready to get started. I don't want to leave you guys with like nothing and just watching this empty, not an empty room. It's a room with a few different people. I don't have any additional information for you right now, so I'm going to keep working away. I just didn't want you to have to stay stuck on that image for a really long time. Again, I don't know exactly how the proceedings work here in BC. I grew up in Alberta, actually. So yeah, I'm from Calgary originally and grew up in Alberta and started my television career in Calgary and behind the scenes as a camera operator. And I've been making efforts to be in front of the camera just to help provide information. Chad and I went to Ottawa back in February of last year with the truckers just to see for ourselves what was happening. And I'm very grateful to the people who were watching that live feed, came out into the street and met us in person just to express what a difference that our broadcasting made so that you could see for yourselves a viewpoint that was different than the mainstream media. So that's what this is all about, not TV. It's about new broadcasting, new media broadcasting, and trying to get the stories out that matter. Sounds like they're going to get started here. And we'll leave you with the BC Legislature.
I invite the member for Kelowna West to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
As we approach November 11th and gather here in the British Columbia Legislative Assembly, let us pause to reflect on the profound significance of Remembrance Day. Let us remember the valiant men and women who stood on the front lines to defend the principles of freedom and justice as we pay homage to the brave souls who gave their all. Let us not only honor their memory, but also renew our commitment to the ideals that they fought to preserve. Today, we watch with sadness and outrage the current wars and humanitarian crisis around the world. May these events inspire us to foster unity, understanding, and compassion within our diverse and vibrant province. We have a shared responsibility to uphold the values that make British Columbia and Canada beacons of hope and inclusion. We acknowledge the contributions of those who have served and continue to serve. Let us strive for a future where peace reigns and conflicts are replaced with harmony and collaboration.
Introductions by members. Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I would like to make two introductions, if I may, today. First, it's my pleasure today to introduce a team of people who help me do my job every day and make sure I'm fully prepared for speeches and events. It's no small task. Today we have joining from my communications team, Carolyn McAndrews, our comms director, Scott McKenzie, our comms manager, Angela Sukrev, Senior Public Affairs Office, Tom Laird, Gemma Strubank, and Blaine Willick. Unfortunately, I have to share that we're losing one of our team members, Scott McKenzie, but our loss is the gain for Environment as he's moving over as Director of Communications. I hope that the House can join me in making them most welcome and thanking them for their great work. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to also introduce Nancy Roper from Science World, which of course is in my riding of Vancouver False Creek, who's in the House with us today. I was able to attend Science World on Saturday as we proclaimed Women and Girls STEAM Week. 300 girls there who were doing incredible science experiments, including taking DNA out of strawberries. Science World is a great treasure for our province. They do wonderful work. Please join me in making them most welcome here.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just take a moment to ask the House to acknowledge and to personally thank Sonia Lowe, Communications Director in the Ministry of Environment. Sonia has been with government communications and public engagement for 12 years. Tomorrow is her last day in this position in government. She is taking a job with great responsibility in Port Alberni, her hometown, and I wish her all the best.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the passing of a great British Columbian and someone who is a dear friend to many in this building and who helped contribute to really an incredibly great province in the world of infrastructure. Larry Blaine was someone we recruited to head up Partnerships BC. He was the president of Partnerships BC for many years and later the chair of the board. While in cabinet, I had the pleasure of working with Larry as he helped put together private-public partnerships to ensure that we could deliver critical infrastructure being built on time and on schedule. Many of those are now signature projects right across this province, whether the Sea to Sky Highway, the Canada Line, the Evergreen Line, Port Mann Bridge, the William Bennett Bridge, Kicking Horse Canyon, etc. He was an incredible individual, someone that always had a sense of humor, always had a smile on his face, and later, after he finished his time over at Partnerships BC, he continued to sit as on the UBC Dean of Arts Advisory Council and was a really strong advocate for kids with autism as part of the Pacific Autism Family Centre. I want to, in this House, express my gratitude to Larry for the incredible contribution he's made to the province of British Columbia and to let his family know that he was a great British Columbian, a great civil servant, and a great friend, and somebody who will be missed. I ask the House to join me in that.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today in the gallery, we have 59 representatives from the health sector. These are doctors and nurses, chiropractors, naturopaths, and many other healthcare sector workers. They're here today, of course, watching question period, but they're also here for the introduction of a petition, which I will do after question period, of course, on the Health Professionals Occupations Act. But, Mr. Speaker, there's three individuals that I want to be able to highlight here today, starting with Dr. Anna Kindy. And she is a tireless advocate for the marginalized and stigmatized people from the North Island for over 25 years. She represented Canada in the mogul skiing at the Alberta Olympics. In 1998, Anna and her husband, Surgeon Peter Olson, moved to Campbell River and has specialized in addiction medicine. And I'm also very proud to announce that she is our candidate for the North Island. Would the House please make her welcome? I should have introduced all three at once. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. The second that I'd like to introduce is Dr. Marina Sapaznikov, who is going to be our candidate for the Wanafuka-Malahat riding. Dr. Sapaznikov actually is originally from Russia, emigrated into Israel where she completed her residency. She's since moved to Canada and since 2004 has been working with in rural inpatient, outpatient and emergency care in BC. And the third that I'd like to introduce is Mike Harris, who of course is our candidate for Langford Highlands. He was our candidate in the by-election, did very well. And Mike is an entrepreneur and small business owner with experience in housing, a director in minor hockey and a long-time coach and a proud father and grandfather. Will the House please make them welcome?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're joined in the chamber with the newest member of our LEC team for the BC United Caucus, Shelley Frost, who comes by way of Kamloops and has acclimated very quickly to the role and is doing a great work for a great many of us MLAs. And she's also joined by her friends Chris Baker and Daniel Goyer. And although I understand it's their first time at question period, I have very confidently, on behalf of the official opposition, promised that there most certainly will be questions. I do hope it's a historic day and we actually have answers today in question period, Mr. Speaker. So will the House please make them welcome?
Speaker. On this exact day in 1992, a bright light was brought into my life at the Kitimat Hospital at about 8 o'clock in the morning. My daughter, Amy Lee, one of the most caring, compassionate, and creative young women I know, who's also going to bless me with my third grandson in about 4 weeks, so, which is very exciting. We love her very much, and I would love this House to wish my daughter, Amy Lee Babchuk, a happy birthday with me.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am very excited today to introduce my daughter, Tilly. She is brilliant and fierce, and I'm so proud of the person that she's growing into. If you could all make her welcome, I would love that. Thank you.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the gallery today, I have two special guests from the UBCM, the Union of BC Municipalities, Trish Mondeo and Gary Isaac. Trish is the new president of UBCM, and Gary is the executive director. Trish became the new president of UBCM this year, September 22nd, and she was previously UBCM vice president and chair of the Indigenous Relations Committee. She's also in her second term as City of Coquitlam councillor. I look forward to working with Trish and as well continue working with Gary in all the work that they do in representing BC municipalities. Would the House please make Trish and Gary feel very welcome?
Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today are a wonderful family from my constituency, the Waddells, Scott, Jackie, and their amazing daughter, Megan. In addition to having a great name, Megan, I'm pretty sure, is going to have a seat one day in this legislature. She's a brilliant and very politically minded young lady. And Scott and Jackie are wonderful business owners in our community and very philanthropic. And I'm thrilled that they're going to be coming today and joining the MLA from Langley and me on a tour around noontime. And I was wondering if the House could please join me in making them feel very welcome.
Member for Courtenay Comox.
Honourable Speaker, today I have two guests in the gallery from home, from Courtenay Comox. I want to introduce James Watson, who's 15 and a half, and he has 3 older sisters, so I'm not sure if that's a challenge or a condolence for him. James has a love for skiing at our beautiful Mount Washington and hockey, and joined the Strathcona Bears U18 rep hockey team. Ooh, rep, yeah, this fall on defense. And James is taking a keen interest in understanding both our federal and provincial legislature this year, and is looking forward to his first tour here in the legislature, this beautiful seat of democracy. And he's also here to listen to question period. He says he's confirmed with his dad that this is the part where there's a lot of banging on desks. It's something he thinks he should be able to do in his high school class at Market RS Field. I'm not sure that we've been setting a good example here.
Thank you, Member.
And also, James has been volunteering for the BC Seafood Festival over the past 5 years. And as people know, that BC Seafood Festival is here for us today. And it's here in particular, he's here in particular as a volunteer with his father, who's accompanying him, John Watson, who's been a part of our community for many decades now, and is a driving force behind the Seafood Festival. So may the House please join me in welcoming them here today.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's actually approximately 20 guests I'd love to introduce, but I will, for time, limit that to 4. I'd like to the House to welcome Dr. Stephen Malthouse. He has over 43 years of experience in various medical fields, including family, palliative, and emergency medicine. He founded the Canadian Integrative Medicine Association and the Canadian Health Alliance, and he's an advocate for non-traditional therapies and a member of the BC Riding Association Bill 36 committee. I'd also like to welcome and introduce Jan Webb, registered nurse, distinguished nursing career of over 40 years in southern Vancouver Island, specializing in acute care and planning discharges for at-risk patients. And Dr. York Sang, Professor Emeritus of Surgery and former head of vascular surgery at UBC, distinguished fellow and past president of multiple vascular and ethics societies, and he took early retirement due to opposition to mandatory vaccinations. And lastly, Ingrid Pincott is a retired naturopathic doctor, retired with 33 years of practice, an educator on naturopathic principles and active in the Bill 36 committee as well. Would the House please welcome these and the 20 others, or well, I guess 16 others that also are with them, and make them feel very welcome in this House. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Peace River North.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. This Saturday at the 11th hour, the 11th day of the 11th month, Canadians from coast to coast will unite in 2 minutes of silence to pay tribute to all those who have fallen. We honor their immense sacrifice, and we honor all those who have served. As we approach Remembrance Day, I encourage all British Columbians to visit a local store, their Legion, the mall, to purchase a poppy. Donations that are raised through the Poppy campaign go directly to supporting veterans and their families. And in wearing a poppy, we demonstrate our unwavering commitment to honor, support, and remember our veterans. On Remembrance Day, I encourage everyone who is able to find a ceremony or a service in their local community to attend, to pay respects and thank the generations of selfless men and women who have served and who continue to serve in times of war, conflict, and in peace. Let us reflect on the courage displayed by those who have so courageously fought to keep our country safe and free. These freedoms that we enjoy today were earned through the dedication and the bravery of those who wore uniforms when called upon. It is important that we do not forget our past. We do not forget those who have come before us. Every day that we wake up in this great nation, we should be thankful for all of those that wear a uniform. Together we can keep their legacies alive in our hearts, to ensure that their story lives on for generations to come, lest we forget.
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Recently, the Ridge Meadows Chamber of Commerce hosted an incredibly successful event celebrating women in business at the ACT Arts Centre in Maple Ridge. The event showcased the many female-run owned businesses in Maple Ridge and Pitt Meadows, and it was run by the Chamber's all-female team and CEO, Christy Mayer. Since Christy took leadership, the Ridge Meadows Chamber has made an incredibly valuable and positive impact on the business community, and this event is just one of the many things they've accomplished recently. Now, local businesses were highlighted and also participated in the event. For instance, Vanilla Bean Bake Shop, owned by Taylor Livesey, provided beautiful and delicious desserts, and Sandra Taylor's Westgate Flower Garden displayed absolutely gorgeous flower centerpieces, and singer-songwriter Ashley Pater performed beautiful music for everyone. This celebration also highlighted some exceptional women in business, including Jen Hopcott from Hopcott Farms, Rebecca Aram, who's a local broker, a mortgage broker, Donna Tellup with Seville Mortgage Corporation. And the keynote speaker, Honourable Speaker, was Darcy Lang, who addressed the many challenges facing women in business and discussed how people can reframe how they look at work, interactions, and relationships with others. Her message was focused on empowering women to succeed when facing seemingly insurmountable obstacles. And speaking of obstacles, Honourable Speaker, businesses face other challenges such as vandalism and property damage, and recently locally owned Once Upon a Tea Leaf was targeted with a smoke bomb. I'm happy to report that owners Cindy Lee and Terrence Stevenson have announced their grand reopening for November 12th, and this is a real testament to their tenacity and resilience.
And of course, these kinds of senseless acts are exactly why we launched the new small business rebate program to help businesses recover from vandalism or for vandalism prevention. It was wonderful to see this packed house, and I'd really like the members here to honor our incredible women in business in our communities today. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize and celebrate Diwali, also known as the Celebration of Lights. We join South Asian communities across British Columbia. Diwali symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness. And through Diwali and other related celebrations, such as Bandi Chor Divas, marked this Sunday, November 12th. In my community of Vancouver-Langara, across Canada and the world, Diwali is the time of vibrant celebration, a festival that illuminates not just homes, but hearts, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. As we mark this occasion, I'm reminded of the diversity of my community. Vancouver-Langara is a mosaic of cultures, each thread contributing to the vibrant tapestry of our shared experience. With its colorful traditions, Diwali resonates deeply with so many in our constituency of Vancouver-Langara, especially in the South Asian community. Recently, the leader of official opposition of the BC United Caucus and I, and the member from Kelowna West, participated in a wonderful gathering at the Fraser View Banquet Hall to celebrate Diwali. The recognition that even the lights that shined in Diwali are more than just decorations. They are beacons of hope. Reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always the possibility of a light. As we navigate the challenges in our province, let us draw inspiration from the spirit of Diwali. Diwali is a time of reflection and renewal. Let us embrace the values of compassion, kindness, and understanding, building bridges that unite us in our shared humanity. As many this weekend light the Diwas and share in joyous festivities, may the spirit of Diwali inspire us to be better neighbors, friends, and stewards of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby North.
Thank you, Speaker. There's a long-standing misconception that if you land a government job, particularly a federal government job, you are set for life. Decent pay, promotions, good benefits, and a great pension. This misconception has made public employees easy targets for mass layoffs, contracting out, and deregulation. The Phoenix pay system is one terrible example of downsizing gone mad. In 2011, the Harper government hired an outside contractor to develop a new consolidated payroll system. Hundreds of compensation advisors were laid off and their years of expertise lost. Since then, 300,000 federal public service workers have been impacted. Some have received paychecks that are short, some have gone for months at a time without any pay at all. More than 55,800 retirees are still awaiting the termination of their pay files, which means they can't access their severance or their pensions. Many have experienced debt, loss, bankruptcy, even homelessness. Since 2016, there hasn't been one single pay period without significant errors. There are currently more than 450,000 pay issues waiting to be fixed. The backlog continues to grow by nearly 10% a year, and the federal government has had to hire back the compensation advisors they fired. Speaker, many of these victims of Phoenix live in British Columbia, and they continue, in spite of everything, to serve the needs of our communities. They inspect our food, they process our tax rebates, they warn us about incoming severe weather, they rescue us at sea, and they support the very veterans we will be honouring on November the 11th. And they do these jobs to keep us safe. They are our neighbours, our friends, and our family members, and they deserve better respect from their employer. Thank you.
House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise before this esteemed Assembly to mark the solemn occasion that touches the heart of every Canadian, Remembrance Day. At the 11th hour, on the 11th day of the 11th month, we will pause in silence to remember the brave men and women who have laid down their lives for our sake to keep Canada glorious and free. We will reflect on the sacrifices made during both world wars, Korea, Bosnia, Afghanistan, and the numerous conflicts as well as peacekeeping missions that are ongoing. These brave souls, from storming the shores of Normandy to defending the rugged hills of Cap Young, from peacekeeping in the Balkans to patrolling the deserts of Kandahar, have laid a foundation of courage and resilience. Their legacy is carved into the cenotaphs across our vast country, and their memory is carried in the deepest parts of our hearts. We also remember those who came back bearing the scars of war, both visible and invisible. They carry the burden of their experiences so that the rest of us may live freely. It is right and just our duty and vocation to care for these brave men and women to the best of our abilities, Mr. Speaker. This Remembrance Day, let us renew our commitment to never forget those who have paid the ultimate price to support those who came home bearing the many wounds of battle. Let us wear our poppies with pride as a symbol of remembrance and as a beacon of hope. Hope in our dark and troubled times. The poppies remind us that out of devastation of war and conflict, there is always the potential for new growth and peace. To the members of the Canadian Armed Forces serving today, many of whom are far away from home and their loved ones, we extend our deepest gratitude. By your willingness, dedication, diligence, and sacrifice, our nation is kept safe, and your service is a living witness to the memory of those who have served before you. It honors them, their families, and Canada. On this day, we stand in this legislature reflecting upon the incredible sacrifices of our ancestors and facing the future determination to uphold the values for which so many have given their lives. May God keep our land glorious and free. We will remember them, lest we forget.
Member for Surrey Guildford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is that time of year again where we all come together to celebrate Remembrance Day. We observe this day, November 11th, because hostilities formally ended at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918. Countries of the world join each other in 2 minutes of silence at 11 as a mark of commemoration and respect. This is truly a day that deserves an observation of many countries around the world. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by brave men and women in the time of war. We celebrate the day to honor and pay tribute to those who selflessly served their countries, protecting the freedoms and values that we all now hold dear. This day holds deep historical and emotional significance. It has become a symbol of remembrance for those who lost their lives in conflicts throughout all of history. It's also a way to ensure that the memories of those who fought and died for our freedoms are never forgotten. It's a time to reflect on the horror of war, the bravery of soldiers, and the impact of their sacrifices on our lives. Through ceremonies, parades, and moments of silence, we come together to honor their memory and express our gratitude. This day also serves as a reminder of the importance of peace and unity. It prompts us to strive for a world where conflicts are resolved through dialogue and understanding rather than violence. It encourages us to work toward a future where the sacrifices of the past are not in vain. As we celebrate and talk Remembrance Day, we must teach our young ones about the significance of history and the importance of cherishing our peace. It is our opportunity to remind them never again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is planning on one of the largest tax increases on new homes in a generation. BC already has the highest tax for homes than anywhere else in this country. In Vancouver, the cost of taxes, provincial taxes on homes, represent about $644,000 in the cost of any new home being built. But Metro Vancouver's recent decision to introduce a new Metro Vancouver Regional Development Cost Charge will nearly triple the fees on new homes and only make the existing problem worse. And I have always said in this House, I keep trying to educate the members opposite, that if you want more affordable housing, you have to make it less expensive.
I'm going to just reset this stream here on the page, make sure that we can get it going again. We saw this right before the thing started, so.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the trend in this place continues. We never really know where the Leader of the Opposition stands on any issues. Every single day, there's a new issue. Every single day, there's a new position. In this case, it's rare that it's not dictated by the BC Conservatives, Honourable Speaker. Every single housing initiative, Honourable Speaker, that we've brought forward, they've opposed. We said, let's bring back more housing with the speculation and vacancy tax. Brought close to 20,000 units back. Opposed. We said, let's build more housing on our residential land. Let's allow home builders, let's allow people who own properties to be able to build 3 units on smaller lots, 4 on larger lots. Opposed. We said, let's reform the process so that if a community plan is in place, it doesn't need to go through another lengthy hearing. They opposed. Not only that, Honourable Speaker, opposed the $1 billion for infrastructure to local communities, opposed the $500 million to TransLink, opposed the $250 million for Iona wastewater facility. What does this Leader of the Opposition believe in? He says tax cuts for developers. That's the only thing he's offered this House, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate, Honourable Speaker, his position has changed so much, so often. We have a year to the next election. I expect it to change many times till then.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always good to get tips from somebody who has absolutely zero experience in the home building sector. But I'll try this, Mr. Speaker. Actually, what we're opposed to are the terrible results that you've gotten after 7 years of being in government. Just to remind the Minister of Housing, we now have, after 7 years of your government, the most unaffordable real estate, not just in Canada, no, that's not a good enough goal for you, in North America. That's your record here in British Columbia. We now have the highest, Mr. Speaker, the highest average rents in the entire country after 7 years of NDP government, Mr. Speaker. So I am not going to take any lessons from this individual or that government, I can assure you, but I can tell you this, that there are groups that are warning that the taxes the Premier is endorsing will add millions to the cost of new homes, cause serious delays, years in fact, as we hear from municipalities that all these policies that they're rushing in a mad panic in their last year to try and pretend that they're doing something on housing are creating massive confusion in the residential housing market. These unexpected delays and indecisions and lack of understanding and clarity are going to cost families lots more as they are delayed in getting projects through the housing approval system. So instead of making housing less expensive, Mr. Speaker, the Premier is doubling and tripling down on new taxes that will only end up being paid by the people that one day hope to put a key in their front door and actually own a home in this province. So once again, will the Premier, through the Minister, make a commitment to stop these punishing charges that are stalling projects, jacking up prices, and pushing the dream of home ownership for British Columbians farther and farther away.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Perhaps the member hasn't been paying attention. People across Canada, across North America, are applauding our government for the actions that we've been taking. Honourable
Speaker. Member.
Sorry, I can carry
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I appreciate that they have a position today, and I also appreciate that position may change tomorrow, and it may change the next day, it may change closer to the election, because we've seen that trend with everything, Honourable Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, he was in favour of us taking action for the Surrey police transition until the BC Conservatives decided they were against it. Then they switched their position. They voted in favour of harm reduction measures, Honourable Speaker, until the BC Conservatives said we're against it. Then they changed their positions, Honourable Speaker.
Members.
Safe consumption sites, Honourable Speaker, the same thing.
Members, no side commentary, please. Members. Minister has the floor.
15 years telling us how great the carbon tax is, Honourable Speaker. 15 years telling us. Then the BC Conservatives come out and say we're against it, and then all of a sudden he's against it, Honourable Speaker. Let me tell you one thing. The member from Peace River South, when the BC Conservatives were raising this issue 4 years ago, you know what the member said? He said, reducing the carbon tax is a valid thing to say, but can you explain what services you're going to cut to make up for the $5 billion shortfall? Can the BC Conservatives plan a deficit budget? They have to answer these questions now, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Attorney General, and it relates to the police investigation that we now know is taking place into the activities of the Drug Users Liberation Front. That's an investigation, of course, that relates to allegations of illegal drug trafficking, tracing significant amounts of public dollars used to acquire and distribute cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines. The investigation stems from funding approvals made by at least 3 ministers in the government. I'm going to come back to the absurdity of the comments we've heard about when the government learned or purported to learn about this. Come back to that in a moment. My concern right now is, given the kinds of comments we have heard from members of the government sympathetic to the activities of the Drug Users Liberation Front, the direct involvement of members of the government, will the Attorney General agree that when the report to Crown Counsel that will emerge from this police investigation is presented to a prosecutor for consideration of charges, it cannot possibly be a prosecutor within the government and within the Attorney General's ministry? Will the Attorney General confirm that a special prosecutor has been appointed, and if not, why not?
Attorney General.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to comment here in the House on any form of investigation that the police are doing, and the member knows that that's not an appropriate forum for this conversation. But what I will say is that I find it really troubling that the opposition is politicizing an issue that's costing 13,000 people to die in British Columbia to this date. The opioid crisis is hitting communities across this province, that they would use this issue to make cheap political shots.
Members, calm down, calm down. Members, calm down. Calm down. Member supplemental.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I don't know that I have ever heard an Attorney General make the observation that it is inappropriate for an official opposition to pose questions about criminal activity in the province of British Columbia. You know, we are confronted by the absurdity of members of the government saying, oh, we only learned about this last month. Look, the attorney was the chair of a committee that over a year ago heard evidence, quote, Dolph is buying drugs from the dark web, having them checked, boxing them up, and letting people have them. I mean, it's absurd what the government is trying to peddle in terms of what it knew and when. But my question, again, to the attorney, the Office of Special Prosecutor was created specifically for the purpose that the public could have the confidence that in circumstances where there might be a reasonable perception of bias, investigations involving people within government, involving politicians, that someone would come from outside of the ministry, and it has happened frequently, to be appointed to make a decision around charge approvals. Again, my question to the attorney, has a
Oh man, sorry about that, everybody. I'm not sure why their stream keeps rebuffering. Wanted to hear his question too.
We took our job seriously. I'm proud of the work that we did across parties. Very rarely is there a space in this building where we work across party lines to come up with resolutions. Every member, including the member from Surrey White Rock, including the member from Priest River North, showed up to that committee open-minded, understanding what people are experiencing and feeling in this province, and people on the front line that were giving us their thoughts about what they thought the government should do to address this crisis. Mr. Speaker, we gave recommendations to that government. 13,000 people have died in this province.
Member.
From this issue, and again, I find it shameful that they're using the work of that committee for cheap political points.
Member for Surrey South. Please be careful in your comments. Member for Abbotsford West, supplemental.
I actually don't doubt that members of the committee took their duties responsibly, took them seriously. I am certain of it. I am certain of it. I'm asking the Attorney General to take her responsibility today seriously, to discharge her responsibility today as Attorney General. Crown Counsel Act empowers her in circumstances where it is abundantly clear that there might be reasonably a perception of bias to ensure that a special prosecutor is appointed. Not only does she avoid answering that basic fundamental question, she demeans it by suggesting it is somehow inappropriate. Mr. Speaker, third time, I'll give her the chance. Has the special prosecutor been appointed to oversee the charge approval process in this matter? And if not, why not?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I will comment again that I'm not going to speak in this House about criminal proceedings or investigations that are happening, and the member knows that this is not the forum for that. But I will say again, I find it troubling that when we are doing work in this House that is listening to British Columbians and understanding their perspectives to solve very important issues that are happening in this province, that side wants to politicize it. That side wants to make it about very cheap political shots instead of saving lives in this province. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. House Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, as a result of a BC Supreme Court decision, the Ministry of Children and Family Development has a policy for new mothers who have had their children removed and taken into care to accommodate the breastfeeding of those babies. This is a compassionate policy that allows a mother and a newborn child to bond. Essential first moments that can be never recovered if they are stolen from the mother and their baby. The Minister has continued to repeat her commitment to keeping Indigenous mothers, children, and families together. And this week, I read yet another story from the unrelenting Indigenous News reporter Anna McKenzie about a child, 2 days old, taken from her mother, Chelsea Woodward, in Surrey, and sent to a home in Langley. The mother does not have a vehicle, the breastfeeding is not being accommodated, even with a remarkable network of individuals and organizations mobilizing for Chelsea and her child. More of the same cruel punishment from this minister for this mother and her child. Mr. Speaker, to the Child Development Minister, when is this minister going to demonstrate that she actually cares about the well-being of Indigenous mothers and their newborn babies?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you so much to the member for the question. We know that it's absolutely vital for babies to be able to be breastfed wherever possible, and the Ministry makes every effort to make sure that that is accommodated. We know that that benefits the attachment and the bonding between the infant and the mother, and every effort is made to make sure that that can be accommodated. Honourable Speaker, a lot of changes have been made in the Ministry in order to make sure that Indigenous families are kept together wherever that is possible, and that steps are taken to make sure that that close relationship and bonding and that sense of belonging is nurtured, because we know, Honourable Speaker, that that leads to the best outcomes for children and families.
Member supplemental.
Whenever possible. Human rights, whenever possible for this minister? Honestly, whenever possible. That's not what the court said. The court didn't say whenever possible. That's what the minister is saying. Mr. Speaker, I've heard how exasperated frontline MCFD workers are with their leadership, expressing they're tired and they're frustrated. This ministry needs new leadership. This ministry spends $135,000 per child per year on those children in care. Apparently not enough cash for this mother to get a ride to her child so they can experience what the courts say is a human right. An unbreakable bond between the mother and their baby. This BC NDP minister, this premier, the backbench, like the last, is propping up a child welfare system that has destroyed families, Mr. Speaker. Yet somehow, even with the blinding spotlight on this minister, her deputy minister, the ministry, they continue to deliver those stories to question period. It feels like they actually revel in this attention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the minister responsible for the well-being of the most vulnerable children and families in this province, when is she going to do the honourable thing, fire her deputy minister, and then step down?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I absolutely understand the passion and the question from the member. We know that for far too long, this ministry and the colonial system of government has been over-intrusive in the lives of Indigenous children and youth and families, and has caused harm and intergenerational trauma. Since 2017, our government has been committed to addressing the overrepresentation of Indigenous children and youth in care. We know that that leads to poorer outcomes, and so we have changed legislation, we have changed policy, we have invested in the budget of this ministry. So last year, unanimously in this chamber, we passed historic legislation to support Indigenous communities exercising their inherent jurisdiction over services for children, youth and families. We're investing in young people transitioning into adulthood and leaving the government care system. We have harmonised rates so that kids who are able to stay with close family or with community are able to be supported the same way as kids coming into foster care, preventing more kids coming into foster care. And we actually now have the lowest number of kids in care in over 30 years, and Indigenous kids in care in over 20 years. I know there's a lot more work to do, and we're absolutely committed, and I am driven to making sure that we make those improvements.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the gallery with the healthcare workers who are here, they represent the backbone of our healthcare system. They have spent decades serving patients, serving their community, caring for the people in their communities. Many of these healthcare professionals have taken time away from serving their patients to be here today because they feel it is that important. They're concerned about healthcare. They're concerned about the fact of their shortages in staffing. They're concerned about the ER closures. They're concerned, quite frankly, about the loss of freedom in healthcare. And they're concerned about the medical tyranny that this government is putting on the control of healthcare in this province. So the question, Mr. Speaker, that I'm proud to be asking here today on behalf of thousands of healthcare workers across this province, and as well as on behalf of the members that are here present today on the Canadian Society for the Science and Ethics in Medicine, to the Premier, will you acknowledge the feedback from thousands of healthcare workers from across this province who are asking you to pause on the Health Professions and Occupations Act and return to the drawing board, or do you intend to continue down this path of medical tyranny?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Health Professions and Occupations Act was passed by the Legislature. Honourable Speaker, it was the result of years of consultation. First, consultation leading to the Caton Report, then unprecedented consultation with all parties in the Legislature, then unprecedented consultation with Indigenous people. The vast majority of that consultation took place with health professionals. It had record hours of debate in this Legislature, 47 hours of debate. And as the member will know, it was supported at second reading by the Conservative Party's House Leader, who spoke in favour of it in the debate, including the important issues of transparency, which it provides for patients. We are implementing the Health Professions and Occupations Act, and we will continue to do so.
Leader of the Fourth Party, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is sad the way this minister portrays this act and what it is doing in terms of health care in this province. And I want to ask, today at noon, we will have healthcare professionals out on the back steps of the Legislature. The Conservative Party will be out joining them to talk about this issue and to talk about healthcare in this province. And I invite all members to come out and to hear their words, to hear what they will be presenting. Because they believe passionately in this, and they disagree with this minister, particularly in this heavy-handed and tone-deaf approach as we're even hearing here in the answer here today. So my question, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, to the Premier is, during the government's so-called consultation process that the minister just outlined, why were so many non-disclosure agreements signed with British Columbia's healthcare boards?
Minister.
This minister is hiding from healthcare workers.
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, the Health Professions and Occupations Act was the result of unprecedented consultation, including, and very significantly, consultation with opposition parties, Honourable Speaker, who were involved in its development. Honourable Speaker, the Legislature is responsible for the law, but everyone was involved in its development. One of the really important principles that all members, the member for Cowichan, the leader of the third party, the member for Kelowna Lake Country, who represented their caucuses in those discussions, was the importance also, in a time when we've had the In Plain Sight report, of consulting with Indigenous people. So not only was there unprecedented consultation with the broader community, with health professionals, with opposition parties, and a very significant debate in the Legislature, Honourable Speaker, but there was significant consultation with Indigenous people that is reflected in this Act. I think it's an extraordinary thing. The member asks about noon today. At noon today, I'll be with ambulance paramedics. We have 1,000 more full-time ambulance paramedics in BC than we had in 2017. We'll be expanding services, including in the member's riding, this afternoon, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that people in British Columbia, especially in rural communities, get support for health professionals. We have added more nurses, more doctors than all the other jurisdictions in Canada in the last several years, Honourable Speaker. In the last Canadian Institute for Health Information report, we added 6.7% more nurses. They went down in Alberta, Honourable Speaker, because we, Honourable Speaker, in BC, Honourable Speaker, support our health professionals, support science, and support our provincial health officer.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I well remember the 47 hours of debate where this side of the House stood up and opposed the bill. We did it in appropriate ways. We voted against it. I would point out that the member who just got up and spoke did not speak at all to the bill when it was in the legislature. So it's important to set the record straight. For 17 months, we have been calling for an all-hands-on-deck approach, including the return of unvaccinated healthcare workers, to align with the rest of North America in our province. And yet, this NDP government stubbornly refuses and continues to fail in addressing a worsening healthcare crisis. I'll bring this situation to the minister's attention, and he knows well that the doctors at Vernon Jubilee Hospital have actually issued a public warning. And I will quote, "With the planned closure of Vernon's last remaining walk-in clinic, 120 patients per day will now be left with limited options for their primary and urgent care needs." End quote. How on earth can the Premier or this minister possibly defend the NDP's new normal, which includes having no walk-in clinics in Vernon?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I believe, and I say this respectfully, the member was mistaken. All members of this legislature voted for Bill 36 at second reading in a standing vote. And I don't say that to be critical. I just say that so that we all understand the record. Equally, Honourable Speaker, the official opposition supported the requirement for vaccination. The Leader of the Opposition clearly stated his support for that initiative. Members of this House will note that we were the only jurisdiction to implement that. It was called for by the opposition before we did so, and we were the only jurisdiction to succeed in doing it. Others attempted to. We did it because of the priority we give, and the priority we've given to protect vulnerable people in our province. With respect to Vernon, we continue to work with the walk-in clinic to make a significant and series of offers to that clinic of support. In addition to that, we added an urgent and primary care centre in Vernon, which has seen 77,000 visits since opening. Honourable Speaker, we also have in Vernon a primary care network, and we'll have more opportunity to talk to that on the next supplementary.
Member supplemental.
Well, thank you very much. And the minister completely ignores the fact that under our watch, we actually significantly expanded healthcare capacity, including Polson Tower in Vernon. And under this minister's watch, what we're seeing is him overseeing the closure of clinics and shrinking capacity. And in what has become absolutely routine for this minister, yet another group of emergency room doctors have sent a letter. They have taken the extraordinary step of having the courage to speak up and send letters to this government. They released a public letter warning that the ER cannot manage the overflow of 120 additional patients every single day once the walk-in clinic shuts its doors. Dr. Chris Cunningham, who runs the soon-to-close Sterling Walk-in Clinic, said this week he has been met with total silence from IHA and the Ministry of Health since September. And even worse, despite appealing to the NDP MLA from Vernon Monashee this mid-summer, the doctor's calls have gone unanswered, and I quote, "I have not heard from her since." So much for being in dialogue and trying to solve the problem. How can the minister, day after day, stand in this chamber and defend the NDP's new normal of a healthcare crisis, which is actually seeing patients finding worse outcomes every single day in this province?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, to correct the record again, Honourable Speaker, in contact meeting with Dr. Cunningham September 24th, Honourable Speaker. Most recent meeting with doctors at the clinic November the 3rd, Honourable Speaker. As part of the ministry's effort to keep the clinic open, this is the answer to the question, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Member, and I'm happy to do so. We have already offered bridge stabilization funding that was accepted in February and in August for this clinic of a total of $76,000. In addition, the following solutions were outlined and rejected. The longitudinal payment model with a grace period until March 31st, 2024, offered and rejected. Ministry of Health walk-in clinic stabilization contract until March 31st, 2024, offered and rejected. The Shuswap North Okanagan Primary Care Network, which was created by this government, Honourable Speaker. Remember in 2009 they were promised by a previous Minister of Health primary care networks. They delivered none. And Honourable Speaker, the Shuswap North Okanagan Primary Care Network offered a same-day access contract and extended hours. Not us. Something led by the Division of Family Practice with Vernon Physicians. Honourable Speaker, if we want to talk about that, offered and rejected. The stabilization offer is still on the table, Honourable Speaker, and we are going to continue to work to expand healthcare services for people in Vernon. And I'm telling you, the person who is advocating most for that is the member for Vernon Monasheen.
Member for Shuswap.
Honourable Speaker, the reality is that there's a severe healthcare shortage. Nurses are stressed out, burnt out, unfilled shifts. We have emergency rooms being closed. Mental disorder claims for the healthcare sector are up 500%. 120 patients a day will be without any options. In July, a Vernon walk-in clinic was where my constituent first heard the chilling words, invasive stage 2 breast cancer. Post-operative care has also been an absolute nightmare. A 17-week wait for radiation therapy. Cancer is a disease that cannot wait, but my constituents' critical radiation therapy is delayed well beyond the recommended life-saving 4-week window. Can the Premier possibly defend this NDP new normal of a total lack of access to basic health care in our province?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. And the member knows when people bring matters to my attention, I always respond to those issues and always respond to individual issues that are brought by members of the opposition because of my respect for that process. And obviously, Honourable Speaker, with respect to Vernon, we have made significant investments in primary care in Vernon. There wasn't an urgent and primary care centre before. There is now. 76,000 visits. It's one of the most popular urgent and primary care centres in all of British Columbia, Honourable Speaker. There's a primary care network, something the previous government failed to deliver for the people of Vernon. They promised it and they delivered zero, Honourable Speaker. And with respect to what we've done in Vernon, the Shuswap North Okanagan Primary Care Network, Honourable Speaker, has received approval for an operating budget of $12.8 million for 75 FTEs, clinical resources. Primary care networks across BC have added 1,600 healthcare workers to our province. We're going to continue to invest in a public healthcare system that responds to the needs of people and support our healthcare workers. And I, Honourable Speaker, met with all of those doctors in Vernon at the Vernon Jubilee Hospital when I was there in the summer, and I'm going to continue to work with them to find solutions to all of the issues for the people of Vernon and everywhere else.
The bell ends the question period. Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I rise today to present a petition, and this is on behalf of the 17,500 signatures that we presented last spring. These are thousands more petitions in the form of postcards that will be going to every member in this legislature. And the petition is an effort that was led, of course, by many of the frontline healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, chiropractors, and many others that are so concerned about the new legislation that is going to be implemented this year. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for presenting this position.
Thank you. Member for Peace River North.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of Jason White of Fort Nelson, the residents of Northern Rockies, request a carbon tax refund or removal on home heating. We have 200 signatures, which is significant for the small town of Fort Nelson. The request is based on economic factors, long cold winters, forcing people's dependence on natural gas and diesel for heating.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table the 2022-23 Annual Service Plan Report for the British Columbia Family Maintenance Agency, revised November 2023. This 2022-23 Annual Service Plan was publicly released publicly released on August 30th, 2023. However, due to administrative error, the incorrect year's financial statements were appended to that report. I table this report today, which appends the correct year's financial statements for the year ending 2023.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading of Bill 46, the Housing Statutes Development Act, Financing Act. In the Douglas Fir Room Committee, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 41, Forest Statutes Amendment Act. And third House, Committee Room C, called Committee of the Whole on Bill 43, Money Judgment Enforcement Act.
Committee chairs. Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to call a brief recess while we get prepared for the bill.
House will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Right, so they're presented their petitions and had a chance to go back and forth a little bit there with the Health Minister, Adrian Dix, who it seems just leaned on things that they're doing to try and improve healthcare, but did not get to the heart or the core of the question or the issue, which is that the Health and Occupations Act, HPOA, the Health and Occupation Professionals Act, is far heavier in its regulatory body or regulation. How do I say this? The requirements and the conditions that the government can put on health professionals is highly objectionable by the health professionals in this province. And they've raised concerns multiple times and have not had a good dialogue with the government, and tried to bring it up again today in the BC Legislature. And the questions and concerns that were brought forth were not addressed. Instead, there was it appeared to be a bit of a runaround by Adrian Dix, and I'm curious to hear what the press conference holds after, which is going to happen in about 20 minutes time here on the steps of the BC Legislature. So Brian Edgar is going to be out reporting live again from the steps of the BC Legislature in about 20 minutes. We're just waiting to see what happens here to wrap up the proceedings of question period and the events at the BC Legislature this morning. If you want to sign the postcard that is presented, it's still available to send to your MLA. MLA would be your member of the Legislative Assembly here in British Columbia. And you can go to the CSSEM.org. That's the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine website. CSSEM.org/Bill-36. And if you scroll down, you can find a button, a blue button, and I can't get it up on this screen right now, but I've got it right here. Or do I? Yes, I do. So this is big thanks to BC Rising. 2 websites to choose from. I went with this one because it was slightly shorter. And so you can kind of see it here. And if you scroll down, go this way, you can click this blue button down here to actually see the postcard. And there's a petition you can sign, or you can just scroll down. It's the second row of round buttons, and it says postcard on the right. And if you click that, it'll take you to a postcard that you can actually print off. I don't know if the exposure will change here. And you can sign it and mail it. It's already pre-addressed to your MLA, and you can get that to show your support or opinion or just protest. Is that a form of protest? Isn't protest more like a gathering? This is if something's happening in your government or in your province that you don't agree with, it's your right and responsibility as a citizen to stand up and say something. Collectively, the more voices that are heard, it starts to take effect, because the government can't operate very functionally if all the citizens refuse to go along and participate with whatever they're dictating or mandating, or right. So it's really up to you and everybody else that lives in the province to be informed and to decide whether you are going to willfully go along, try and remain willfully ignorant, or willfully stand up and use your voice. And that's the way it needs to go. It's not a matter of violence, absolutely not. No violence, right? We live in a peaceful democratic society where we ought to, and for years have been able to, stand up and raise our concerns and talk about it. So that's what's happening here today, is awareness and standing up in the BC Legislature during question and answer period to voice the concerns. And there wasn't, I'm going to say it wasn't an adequate response by the BC Health Minister for the concerns that were being raised. But we're going to hear more from some of the doctors that are there today, as well as we've got at least one call-in guest to come on and share their opinion, or one or two, but we've never done that before. So you're going to have to bear with us as we get our calling. It's not even a calling system. We don't have like a phone number you can call in. This is the early stages of doing this type of broadcast. It's going to be a link that you email Kathy and you get the link, and then you can, let's see if I got Kathy's email on here still. It looks like I don't. I'll have to reload that. And we're just waiting now for, so as a recap.
We'll call the House to order.
Oh, House is being called to order.
Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Thanks. Thanks, Honourable Speaker. Happy to continue my remarks from last day on Bill 46, the Housing Statute Development Financing Amendment Act. And I'm going to start with the one line. I think everyone's mentioned it. It's been mentioned in this House numerous times over the past few years. And it's a really simple concept. If we want to make housing more affordable, we need to make it less expensive. And it is that cheap, that easy of a concept to work toward affordable housing solutions in British Columbia. However, what we have seen this government do is the opposite of that, with fees and costs and taxes, red tape, barriers, on and on and on, are being added to the upfront costs of homes that we so much need to be building in this province. It is mind-boggling that the very simple concept of making the cost of building a home to bring down the cost to purchase a home is not being followed by this government. And Bill 46 is one such piece of legislation, as I remarked yesterday, that adds more costs up front. And of course, these costs, some of them are on the amenity cost charges, where now we're looking at, and I guess a concern in the bill is the list is inconclusive. We're not really sure what it's going to look like, but the costs now will be put on to a home to cover community and youth or seniors care centers, recreational or athletic centers, libraries, daycare, public squares and meeting places, down the path of policing. When we start looking at those, you are going to be adding tens of thousands of dollars to the upfront costs on building a home. You know, this is a theme we're seeing, Madam Speaker, around this government introducing legislation to try and improve things. But it's, again, the results that we're seeing at the other end. Fail after fail after fail, and we're hearing it. You know, recently, like just in the last couple of days, talking to some builders, you know, we've seen a fury of housing legislation come forward. Lots of it not necessarily lined up. And when we start seeing all of these changes and these recommendations and this bureaucracy and the amount of regulation that is left in that these bills leave open, contractors and builders across the province of British Columbia are almost at the point of throwing the towel in because of the uncertainty. The uncertainty of they're not even sure how all of these, and we're looking at 5 or 6 pieces of housing legislation just in the last few weeks. Big pieces of legislation. Communities and municipalities haven't even had the chance to digest how these are going to impact, nor have contractors and developers. And when we add that on to the plethora of other things that this government has done to make this province not very attractive to do business in, to build in, to invest in, we are going to start seeing a lot of license plates heading elsewhere. And that heading elsewhere is to other jurisdictions other than British Columbia, whether it be Alberta or beyond. And that's a real worry when I think about my own kids and where they're going to grow up or raise their families. They're certainly not going to be able to afford a house here under the current projections in the Lower Mainland, even here in the South Island. I mean, we've already seen the numbers. 78% of young people have given up hope on ever owning a home. 78% of our young people in British Columbia have given up hope on owning a home. That's shameful, Madam Speaker, absolutely shameful. There was a time not so long ago, even when I was younger, certainly my parents and grandparents and beyond, you got out of school, you started building toward that dream, that hope of owning a home. That has been snuffed out by this government. Especially when you're looking at a single-family home in the $2 million range in the Lower Mainland. $2 million bucks. As I said yesterday, when I was a young person, in my mind, $2 million bucks, that's where the movie stars live. When I was younger, a $2 million home. Now a $2 million home hardly gets you anything in Vancouver. Hardly gets you anything in most of the Lower Mainland. How can we, and how can the government continue to throw these exorbitant fees and taxes and red tape in front of this to discourage people building homes, to alleviate a problem that we know we have? Not enough homes. I don't understand, Honourable Speaker, how the government is thinking, how this improves someone moving into home ownership in this province. We are already the most expensive jurisdiction on the continent. We heard that today during question period. It doesn't matter if you're looking at fuel costs, you're looking at, and they're all connected, of course, groceries, education, post-secondary education. The list goes on and on and on and on. And that list of now, after Bill 46, 30 new taxes and fees that this government has imposed on British Columbians, 30 now, is adding to that fire of just making things completely unaffordable. And this one is a direct hit on that dream of a young person of ever owning a home in British Columbia. And it's absolutely shameful. And I think the government needs to go back to the drawing board, look at their housing strategy, and align it with what people really need, with what young people need, with what British Columbians need. Honourable Speaker, again, I'm absolutely shocked. I will say this again to the members across the way. If you are going to build affordable housing, you need to make it cost less to build. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise on Bill 46, the Housing Statutes Amendment Act. And, you know, I think that this is an important piece of legislation. It's important because it's part of the narrative that I think that we've been seeing piece after piece of the legislation coming into the House about housing as not one complete package, but little snippets of kind of what's going on. And this particular piece is particularly concerning. You know, I think housing affordability is in the front of every person's mind in British Columbia. And it's our job in this House to ensure that we do everything possible to lower the costs. And we must ensure that nobody has to choose between whether affording gas or groceries or paying their rent or mortgage. You know, after 7 years in government, 2 elections, 2 housing ministers, you know, actually 3, I should say, the situation is that the plan now is obviously very reactive. It is not something that is stitched together. It's not the same as what it was announced in 2017. We're going to build 114,000 new homes in the next 10 years. That was the story. I think only about 15% of that number has actually been achieved, and I know that they will say differently, but anyways, the numbers will speak for themselves. I think, you know, this legislation that we're talking about, Bill 46, is ultimately, it's going to continue to worsen affordability. It's going to increase housing cost, and the amenity cost charges, which is an interesting, you know, kind of approach, having read a little bit about, you know, what the purpose is and the bill, is really to help, you know, in funding some of the infrastructure that is going to be sadly lacking in terms of that. And it's going to add to costs. You know, as the official opposition, you know, it's our role to critique legislation and to hold this government to be accountable, especially on issues as important as housing. Plain and simple, this legislation is out of touch with the needs of British Columbia. This bill codifies a new taxation power on housing projects at a local level. Amenity cost charges, in addition to expanding development cost charges. So I wanted to kind of see, you know, kind of in my own community, the city of Kelowna, what do they actually have? This is something that, you know, there's a long list, and I had no idea that there was so many. I mean, I've heard about DCCs, CACs, other charges that have been added in the city of Kelowna, but I just want to read out, you know, some of the charges that people, as a developer, if I was considering redeveloping a particular lot within the city of Kelowna, and there is different areas depending on the densification. But anyways, the development cost charges currently includes parks, improvement in storm drainage. So the taxation assist factors are also being reviewed. Storm drainage utility. A utility similar to water and wastewater utilities where service properties pay for storm drainage services. The parcel tax, a tax applied to parcels that benefit from the provisions of service. Local area services, which we know if we want, you know, curb and gutter or sidewalks put in, that's one of the things that we would do. So it's a tax or charge benefiting specific property owners for service upgrades, which I just mentioned. Fees and charges, potential increases to the set of fees and charges collected from those who benefit from the use of the service as per the rate established in the fees and charges bylaw. Community amenity contributions are amenity and financial contributions provided by property developers to pay for the impacts of growth on the services when City Council grants development rights or individual units and floor area through rezoning. One thing that I did see here is density bonusing, and I kind of like that because it's an incentive. I mean, if you actually do get the benefit of building more units, which this legislation is entirely, Bill 46 is about, but it's intended to provide options for the developer to build either to the base density or a higher level of density. And so essentially, it's the incentive that I think that is one of the things that we haven't heard in any of the pieces of legislation about housing that we're talking about. But under the amenity cost charges, we don't really know what the amount is going to be. It's spelled out in the City of Kelowna's website exactly what those charges are. So, you know, this amenity cost charge is in addition to some of those. There's also infrastructure levy, long-term capital borrowing, provincial and federal grants. These are all the overview of options that they have in the City of Kelowna. So let's just talk about what it costs. We heard today in question period that the cost before you even start doing anything on a piece of land in the City of Vancouver is close to $650,000 for a single family home. That's a lot of money. I mean, that's the starting point before you've paid for the land or built anything on it. It's no wonder.
If you want to keep watching the BC Legislature, there's the website that you can go to. Now, Brian went live, and I'm just going to play his clip for you guys. So we're here talking about Repeal Bill 36 this morning, and they're also addressing a few other bills this morning in the BC Legislature. But let's keep the focus on Bill 36, why don't we? And let me just queue up Brian's live here as he had a few thoughts afterwards from the BC Legislature. And of course, Remembrance Day is coming up, so put on a poppy this morning. My grandfather was in the World War II up in the Aleutian Islands of Alaska with the Royal Canadian Air Force and fought for our freedom. So I just wanted to take a minute and acknowledge that as well. All right, so I've got Brian's quick thought here on what was just going on. So let's hear what Brian has to say. If we can hear him.
45 down to a low of 7,287. So the reason I mention those numbers is the fact is that in this situation where we're talking very high density, we're talking about
bear with me
up
as I
to
get some of the technical stuff worked out again, eh? This is an ongoing journey.
The press conference is just about to begin. We're on the back steps of the Legislative Assembly in Victoria, BC. Oh, hang on, I have to start again.
Oh, and it looks like Brian's live now, so let me get that going for you. Here he is. Here he is.
And so now we're going to have a press conference out of the back here starting shortly where we'll hear from a number of speakers, and let's go see who we can find. Thanks for joining the broadcast. So it looks like we're just getting set up here. I want to say thanks to BC Rising and the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine. Hi, Jeff. And all the efforts that all the volunteers made to bring this about. All the doctors that stepped forward courageously to host the postcard campaigns in their postcard campaign in their offices and clinics. potentially getting themselves on a list for being those people who are willing to make it available to their patients. So again, if you're not familiar, Bill 36 has passed. It's now the Health Profession and Occupations Act, and that was passed November the 24th, 2022 here in the Legislative Assembly. And there's some interesting changes to our healthcare system, which is already experiencing a lot of difficulty. There's ambulances that are unattended. There's emergency departments that are closed on the weekends. There are thousands upon thousands of BC residents that don't have a family doctor. There's waits to get surgeries and treatments. In Victoria alone, there's, at the latest count I heard, there's 9 oncologists positions not filled. And so people are traveling to the United States to get procedures and treatments. And we have doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers leaving the province because they can't work under these conditions. The conditions I speak of are conditions under Bill 36 or the Health Professions and Occupations Act, which stipulate things such as... Hi, I'm good. How are you? Nice to see you.
You're now the official videographer, are you?
Oh, I don't know about official, but I'm here.
Good.
Yeah, Dean, right? Dean. Yeah, right. Took me a second. Yeah, good to see you.
Druthers,
oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting.
Can I put you on camera?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is. Can I say your last name?
You can. Dean Camferman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dean Camferman, somebody who I met through helping to network the original distribution network of Druthers when it first came out, and so Dean and I were collaborating on that a little bit, and Dean's still going strong. I've moved into other areas of interest, I guess you could say. So anyway, thanks a lot for your service, Dean. Appreciate you helping to get it out there. And how's it going?
It's going really well. This year.
What's the distributorship like on the island these days?
Distribution is good. It keeps spreading. We keep slowly adding more distributors on. We now, for November, the papers just arrived an hour ago to Surrey, and I'll be bringing them over next Thursday for distribution on the island. We're doing about 10,000 copies all over Vancouver Island, from Victoria all the way up.
Okay, yeah.
We've got a good hub in Nanaimo where there's a real active group. We've got another depot. So by hub, it's a depot where people can come and collect the papers.
Yep.
We have a depot in Duncan at it's called Glow. It's next to the Butterfield store.
Yeah, I know the place.
Yeah.
I know the owner. Lovely spot.
Good, yes. And then we have a depot here in Victoria as well.
Great.
So people, wherever they're from, they can contact me, Dean Cam, C-A-M for mother, at protonmail.com, and I'll be happy to connect you up with a place where you can pick up your papers.
Okay, Druthers. Excellent. Good to know it's still going strong.
This issue is really good. It's they actually printed more. They printed 300,000 copies for across Canada. And BC distribution is one of the highest across the country.
Interesting.
We're doing quite well. And basically, the article on the front page is all about the admitted that they knew about the whole Pfizer lies that they were talking, that they lied about the jab. So it'll be a good one for people to come to read.
Good. Still getting the word out. Helping people to find independent media.
Yeah, Druthers is amazing. It's 100% supported by the readers.
Oh, how does that work?
People donate.
People just send money to e-transfer or something like that?
Exactly. You go to druthers.net and there will be a place where you can actually donate.
Good to know.
They actually got more money in so that they increased their printing, their number of copies for November went from 250,000 to 300,000.
Well.
And there's other ways you can actually send papers to your neighborhood. If you go to the Druthers website, it will tell you how you can actually pay for a certain area to be covered, and they will mail the copies to your neighbors.
Oh, that's cool.
That's another option you have. Picking up the paper, it's online. All the issues are online as well. So there's many ways to get the good news out.
Well, thanks a lot for all your efforts, Dean. It's good to see you again.
Brian.
You take care.
You bet.
Okay, a little bit about Druthers there for you. So, I'm not sure what edition they're in, but they've been going strong for a while now. So again, yes, healthcare practitioners leaving the province because they're unable to work under these conditions of the Health Professions and Occupations Act. And so we're seeing U-Hauls. We've got there's lots of pictures available of U-Hauls leaving the province with signs on the back, you know, indicating that they just can't continue this way. Bye.
And Dr. Anna actually introduced today, for those who haven't had an opportunity to watch, you can watch the live stream of what takes place.
Yeah, Brian Edgar live from Victoria, BC, in front of the BC Legislature.
So an interesting time to be inside in the gallery and see the architecture and just watch the process of question period, where yeah, it goes back and forth. I hope some of you caught the live stream and got to see that yourself. So let's go up here and take a look at the table getting set up and see what's happening here. Hi, Heather Lynn.
Remind everybody we're the back side of the legislative building.
Yes.
Show up, join us, have your voice be heard.
That's right. Come on out if you're in the area. Come on down and
if you haven't signed a postcard, please do.
right. So let's take a look at the postcard. Here you go. Just a little bit of humor. Just so you can see, these are the postcards that are being delivered to the MLAs today. And I'll show you the back here as well. And the little girl asking, "Mummy, how far is it to Alberta?" And that's what the doctors' families may be doing at this time. So you can take a screenshot of this. And if you want to get a hold of a postcard, where do you go? Is it BC Rising?
BC Rising, yes, has link. There's also the CSSE.
Oh, the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine.org. CSSEM.org/Bill-36. So if you want to get a hold of a postcard to sign, or if you want to connect your doctor's clinic with the postcard campaign, you can go to that website. And also for a 2-minute recorded Bill-36 info line, you can call 604-659-9476 and have a little listen to that. That's a 2-minute call that it's a pre-recorded thing that you can listen to. It's Dr. Malthouse doing that for you. And let's take a look at some of the images that we got here. Volunteers in action. Yeah, so this has been an ongoing thing, right? You know, there's Marcella and James of Stand United, and they were working on the Recall David Eby campaign. So yeah, if you get a chance, if you're in the area, we're in Victoria, BC, on the back steps of the Legislative Assembly. Oh, let's just, yeah, there we go. That should stay better now.
Just as a side shout out to Storm Rider News. Brian is awesome. He does so much for our communities. So thank you to that.
Thanks,
Thank you
Heather.
for being yourself and for getting the message out. Because that's what we need more and more is people to speak up.
Yeah, into media, helping out. So what's your role here? So what's your role here today, Heather?
I'm just helping out because there's a lot at stake for all of us. For both BC and Canada and the world. Canada and the world. If BC can get away with this, there's no telling how far this is going to go. In terms of government overreach, the 15-minute cities, all the agendas that they have.
Right.
Without going into conspiracy theories, but just saying.
It's looking kind of connected, though, isn't it?
It is. And we need to be sovereign people that have informed and, oh boy.
I'm going to hold it.
Thanks.
Yeah. I just want to bring it a bit closer to make sure people can hear you well.
The biggest thing, there's so many big things actually. We need to all make informed choices and have the ability to consent to things.
Agreed. And that's kind of what's being taken away here, isn't it? When we look at the paragraph 213, where they talk about practice standards, or the standardization of practice, and the minister's ability to regulate what doctors or practitioners must and cannot say to their patients.
For sure. Without going into any breaches, we've had people that have had adverse reactions. They come to different health practitioners by choice, pay out of pocket, and then the practitioner is basically muzzled and can't speak or can't support the person that's reaching out to them for help and assistance.
Right, because then their practice would be at risk.
And that's based on anonymous complaints. If I go to a restaurant...
Anonymous complaints. They don't even have to say who they are, so it could be complete fabrication.
This is horrifying. If people take the time to read this, it's on BC Rising.
Do you want to go through it with me?
There's a lot of information,
okay,
and I
maybe
do
it's
get
too
quite
much.
animated.
But let's put it on the screen for a second so people can take a screenshot of it if they want to. I don't know if that's going to come through well enough, but okay, and let's see the other side.
So basically, all health professional associations are affected by this. Physicians and surgeons, psychologists, chiropractors, massage therapists, occupational therapists, optometrists, dentists, Chinese medicine, nurses, midwives, dietitians, naturopathic physicians, physiotherapists, pharmacists, speech and hearing, and acupuncturists. Now, the short and sweet of it is that everybody's impacted by this. And there's so many professionals that are either retiring early or leaving the province. And this is already a broken system that needs help.
Yeah, it's something like 6,000 or 7,000 now when you're talking, including people who've been excluded from being able to practice due to failing to comply with the medical experiment or taking early retirement. When you put those two numbers together, we're at 6,000 or 7,000 is what I understood.
I don't know the numbers, but I mean, this is really worth reading to tell people in terms of...
And that's at csssem.org as well?
Yes, it is. It's also on BC Rising. It's been shared a number of places. It's also on Canada Health Alliance on their Facebook page.
Right.
I mean, the government's in their own breach.
What do you mean by that?
So, the BC government quickly passed Bill 36 on November 24th, 2022.
Right.
Only 233 of the 645 clauses were discussed before they passed the bill.
So that leaves 412 clauses unexamined and unscrutinized.
Violating their own standing order, Section 84, 1 and 2, and the BC Constitution Act 1996, Section 45. Now,
so are there standard repercussions for violating the standing order in that way, or is there any information about that?
I don't know, but I did listen to the live stream of the assembly that just took place.
Yep.
I don't know why this wasn't brought up. I know it creates a whole big backlog in years and years of court cases and how I don't know all the steps.
That is a great question. Why wasn't that brought up?
This is why I don't understand. The people just need to be more informed. And if we're electing MLAs to represent us and they're not calling each other out on this, how does the rest of this, in terms of health practitioners living in fear of the consequences, you know, in terms of the impact, I'll just go through this quickly too, because we have a second. So impacts to healthcare professionals enable the government to, and tell me if this doesn't feel like overreach, conduct warrantless search and seizure of property of health offices, section 511, 506, 1A to D. Only government appointees on colleges and boards, section 345, 346, 486. Those currently are both normally, for the Chiropractic Association, some are elected in, some are government appointed, so there's a mix.
In the College of the Chiropractic.
Next would be that the government can dictate healthcare services under unprecedented power, section 222. They can demand access to private clinical records, section 131, 224. So just as a Joe Q. common public person, you have private health records.
Okay, so your private health records don't typically go to the government. They stay with your clinic. They stay with your doctor. If you go to another doctor, there's a transfer that happens between doctors.
There's a transfer. There's also,
but it doesn't go to the government.
Even with ICBC or workers' compensation claim, a client has to sign off authority to give them that information. So the fact that the government is going to be able to access it is quite horrifying.
But what about BC Medical? Don't they have those records as well? Because everyone's walking around with a care card.
But in terms of the Privacy Acts, I don't think people can just look into them. I'm not sure.
Okay, so this is more information that we need. We need to know what they're usually doing.
And there's more clauses, as I mentioned, but the next two that are more significant is that the government could adopt regulation codes from foreign countries, section 335 and 533. And the biggest one, which I would think as a health practitioner, I'm not one, I support health and wellness choices for each person, but the government is enabled to issue fines up to $200,000 for a private healthcare practitioner. If it's a corporation, it's about a $500,000 fine, and or imprisonment up to 6 months for misleading information not in agreement with government, section 34, 518 ABC. So in terms of, then you go back into the whole censorship loop.
So there's some question that came up. I'm definitely not personally clear on this, but as to whether or not that particular clause is regarding misinformation about treatment protocols, or whether it's about misinformation or misrepresentation of one's qualifications as a doctor or a nurse.
I'm not familiar, but I know misleading has certainly been a big buzzword in the last number of years. So, thanks for your time, Brian.
Thanks for your time, Heather.
Gonna be stuff over
it looks
there.
like we're getting started over here. I'll go over and take a look. So I think we're getting closer to the start of the official press conference. Hey, bro.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Brian Edgar. Storm Rider News. You're on TV.
I recognize you. Hi, everybody. James Davison, Stand United.
Yeah.
Brian.
Thanks a lot for coming over.
Yeah, it's important. You know, we can't forget that this bill is egregious, and you know, it's going to drive our medical professionals out of our province. And if you're listening from another province, this is the testing grounds for it. So be prepared for your province to be next.
So did you get inside today into the gallery, or?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't go inside the gallery today. We didn't register. We wanted to just come as general population.
Okay,
and, we found out after the fact when we got here that for this specific event here today, it's considered like rally type of event. So they didn't want to allow us in as general population. We would have had to be registered in advance in order to get in.
I see. Yeah. I was just interested because one of the things I noticed inside is that, well, as we know, there are 412 clauses of this bill that were left unreviewed out of 600 and some, and so that lack of review, I'm told, violates their own standing order for for process that they should follow in the approval or adopting a new bill. So I'm wondering why that question didn't come up, and maybe I'll get to ask John Rustad that question, because I'm curious why that why that question wasn't asked, because that seems fairly important.
I feel as though that's just the proper procedure of things. You have to actually go through the 3 full readings. They went through 2 readings of this bill, and everybody seemed to be on board with very little knowledge, as it is a very in-depth bill. Can only imagine 600 and some sections. It's a lot of material to sift through, and a lot of these MLAs that work in the legislature just simply didn't take the time they needed to really understand the ramifications on our healthcare sector and what that's going to mean for our healthcare providers moving forward. You can't have all these draconian policies attached to a piece of legislation that's going to really create a drought for the amount of doctors that are going to want to stay in British Columbia. But the sad part about what's happening with this draconian bill, this legislation, is that this is the testing grounds for Canada, and they're going to be coming to your province with this if they succeed here. So yeah, in order to have a proper process, you do have to go through the 3 readings, and every part of that bill has to be overlooked and accepted by all of the MLAs, or at least the majority of the MLAs. Now keep in mind that we have a majority government with the NDP, and David Eby, our premier, who's sitting in for John Horgan, he'd only been selected for as long as 6 days before they actually passed this bill through legislation. And John Horgan himself, our actual elected premier, he was an abstinent bill. He voted abstain. So he didn't vote for or against it. So you have to think about that. We're all critical thinkers here. We're trying to figure out why our premier might have stepped down, and he didn't vote for this bill. 6 days later, it was passed. There's more to this than meets the eye. $200,000 fine for any medical professional to speak outside of the narrative. It's just too much. They're not going to take that hit for anybody, but it's really going to do a lot of damage to our confidence in our medical sector and our healthcare providers.
Yeah, we've already got doctors leaving the province. We've got doctors who are unable to practice because they were unwilling to accept the medical experiment. So we've already got pretty serious issues. We've got ambulances unstaffed, emergency departments closed on Saturdays or whatever in different places.
Any medical professional with an iota of integrity, they're going to keep their oath to first do no harm, right? That's their oath that they swear, is to do no harm to their patients, and to provide the best healthcare choices they can for each individual patient. They want to put us all into a melting pot and say one size fits all, but it's not like that. There's different people have different problems and need different solutions and different care. And for what it's worth, it should always be the doctor or the medical provider who figures out what the best path of making you healthy again.
Right, individual care, a one-to-one relationship, right?
Yeah, the government.
And that seems to be one of the critical things in this bill. Is there's this paragraph 213 which says that practice standards will be set by the ministry, and that's an undefined term in the bill. Practice standards is undefined, and can it even be defined? Dr. York Shang was suggesting to me at an earlier interview, and then there's also a part in that paragraph that says that the ministry is able to regulate or will be regulating what doctors must and cannot say to their patients. So that's kind of what you're talking about there too, is the inability that doctors will have to give personal care. They're going to have to literally do what they're told.
Well, and that's it. And you've even got something more egregious that we haven't talked about, and that's the lawful definition of informed consent. Our health minister, which right now is Adrian Dix, in the future will be somebody else, but ultimately that position of authority going to be able to manipulate the lawful definition of informed consent in any medical emergency moving forward to basically dictate to the government narrative, and that will be blocked. So they can basically say, we really don't need to tell you all of the facts to sign into this contract or to take this product. And we all know that that's where the buck stops, because you don't no longer have a choice. Right? They're taking away your choice as a human being at that point in time to do what you think is right for you, whether it's for religious reasons or previous experiences, or you've done your research on something and you don't agree with it.
So this is getting into manufacturing consent, and this is where I start to have questions developing in my own mind anyway about jurisdiction and how does all that stuff work. And most of us aren't fully educated and fully informed about that sort of thing either. How does our system of governance work? And where do we fit into it? And so for me, it just brings questions about what is an effective process for stopping this kind of thing.
I think the real benefit to adding in that fact that it really boils down to the health minister, it takes the onus off of the medical provider to do no harm, because they're being prescribed the solution for whatever it is. If it's going to be, let's say, another COVID scenario, and they come up with a new vaccine, but they want to mandate it, the medical professionals are going to be able to say, well, for our health minister, our provincial healthcare officer, it's out of our hands. We just have to do what they tell us to do.
Right.
So it's like taking orders, but this is healthcare. That's personal. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't come down to a political choice. Like your politicians don't understand your healthcare like your doctors and your other medical professionals will understand it. And I don't think the choice should lie with unproven science.
Thanks so much, James. It's good to see you.
You're welcome, Brian.
We'll catch up with you a little bit later. Looks like the press conference is kicking off here.
Let's check
okay.
this out.
Yeah, let's see what they've got to say.
Have you seen
Norm? Yes, he's about this tall. He's quite good looking.
lately, though?
Oh, my mic was muted again. They're just about to kick off this press conference. I'm going to keep the audio up here for a minute until they start talking. I just wanted to give you guys, this paragraph's really important about the bill here. Bill 36 was one of the largest bills ever passed in British Columbia, consisting of 645 sections and 276 pages. I'll finish that thought after the press conference.
So I'm Bruce Banman. For those that don't know, actually I was a chiropractor before I got involved in politics. Well, technically I still am a chiropractor. I just don't practice any longer. And I just wanted I mentioned this to some of you, but I want you to know that as a healthcare practitioner, I had some serious concerns with Bill 36. Number one, how it was rammed through and closure was invoked. I think the largest bill that's come across the floor of the legislature in 30 some odd years deserves the dignity of being debated. And it was not. And I think it was a mistake. Now, this government could have chose to do what's called a hoist or put it on pause and come back and could have started off where they did. But because they got a majority, they decided to do what they could do and what the inevitable was going to be anyway, which is they were going to get their own way. Yeah. So anyway, my job is to be the MC for you, and it is an absolute honor and pleasure. I am here with John Rustad, the leader of the Conservative Party of British Columbia. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. The leader of the Conservative Party of British Columbia. As I said to you before, I'm Bruce Banman. I would be the voice and probably the bit dog and the guy that gets to ask some of the more embarrassing questions at times on the floor of the legislature, at least for government, and that is our job. And I am absolutely thrilled to come over, and John and I want you to know, are just make a great team, and we have a fantastic team. We're small, but we're mighty. We're small and mighty.
Amen.
So, you've heard enough of me. I'm going to introduce a number of speakers that are going to come here and speak. First is Dr. Stefan Malthouse. Yeah, thank you. I was going to say Mathouse, and I knew that wasn't right. Malthouse. Now, Stefan has been practicing medicine in BC for 43 years, in medicine in British Columbia for 43 years. Hey, it said that twice. Must be important to do it twice. He has practiced family medicine, palliative care, emergency medicine, integrative medicine, and has been involved in overseas research into childhood diseases. He is the past president of the Canadian Health Alliance. That is a 5,000 member association of practitioners and public who are interested in improving healthcare in Canada. He is the founder of the Canadian Integrative Medicine Association, and in 2002 was an advisor to MLA Steve, help me with that one, Orkington, thank you, when his private members bill 212 was passed in the BC Legislature, protecting doctors who practice non-traditional therapies that were not taught in medical schools, and he is a member of the Bill 36 committee with the team BC Rising Association. Round of applause.
Yay, Stefan!
Well, everybody knows that healthcare in British Columbia is deteriorating at a very fast rate. I would say it's now a snowball. But what we're going to see with the acceptance of the passing of Bill 36 back in November is we're soon going to see that this snowball turns into an avalanche. This will be an avalanche, really, of practitioners of all types, doctors, nurses, chiropractors, naturopaths, pharmacists. Many of our healthcare practitioners will be leaving the province or retiring because this bill held over their head is certainly a sword which can I would say, separate them from their patients, but also separate them from their paychecks and also put them in jail. I'm going to talk to you just briefly about what it's like from a doctor's position looking at this new Health Professions and Occupations Act. As a doctor, if we do not propagate the narrative of the government, the Ministry of Health, then we will be potentially jailed for up to 2 years and given a fine of up to $500,000. That would be for an incorporated doctor. And you may know that many of the doctors in this province are incorporated. Now, what does it mean to speak the government narrative? Well, if we look over the past 3 years, we'll see that there have been some of us doctors that have been speaking out, trying to follow the science, to present the research which shows that some of the healthcare policies have not been good for the populace of our province. If we look at the future where doctors don't have that opportunity to speak out to their patients or to individualize their therapy, which means that if a patient is sitting in front of me and I feel that the recommended treatment by the government is not really fitting for them, I will be under threat of a huge fine and possibly imprisonment for telling the patient what I really think is good for them. This will mean that doctors will feel that their hands are tied. The other thing is that a complaint can be made anonymously about a doctor speaking out of line or behaving out of line in some way, and while the investigation is going on, the government can lock the doors of that doctor's office. In other words, without even being proven to be guilty, the doctor's office can't be closed. Also, they can come in and seize patient records without the doctor having anything to do with it. So from a doctor's perspective, there's no reason that you would really want to stay in such a dangerous situation. You would move to another province, you would leave the country, and I have colleagues who have done just that. Furthermore, you may decide to take retirement early. Or if you stay around, you're going to be so stressed that you will get sick and have to take sick leave and not be able to practice. So it seems to me that this act, from a doctor's perspective, and I think I like to speak from a healthcare practitioner's perspective, is going to only have a detrimental effect on the future of healthcare in BC. Right. And this act needs to be stopped or held up until we can have a fair consultation with all the stakeholders and what it really contains and what it will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next we have Gail Davidson. Gail is a retired lawyer, now a human rights advocate, working to promote understanding of compliance with international human rights law, and she writes and speaks on these issues and participates in advocacy, research, and education. Huge round of applause for Gail.
Hello everybody, thank you for being here. I just want to make a few brief comments about how alarming the Health Professions and Occupations Act is. I'm just going to call it the Act. The Act is dangerous to democracy, it's dangerous to rights, and in my opinion it singles the end of rights to deliver and rights to receive individualized health care in British Columbia. It ought not to be paused, it ought not to be amended, it has to be repealed, and it won't be repealed, as you can see from the yawns in the Legislative Assembly this morning when all those postcards were presented. Unless more and more people learn how dangerous the statute is. Now, as Dr. Malto said, it was, and as you yourself said, it was passed improperly by the use of closure. Closure is a controversial time management tool to stop unnecessary debate when the debate is gone on for so long. It's impairing the proper function of Parliament. It was the use of it was corrupted to push through this bill in November when absolutely nobody or almost nobody in the Legislative Assembly could possibly have understood any aspect of the Act. And we have to be asking all of the people currently supporting it a few questions about the Act. When Minister Dick says, oh no, there was unprecedented consultation, that we haven't received any confirmation of the details of that, but ask questions like, well, who was it who recommended, and what is the public purpose of some of, these are just some of the things that the Act does. Abolishes democratic governance, abolishes democratic lawmaking, criminalizes the lawful exercise of free speech when used within the context of a physician and a patient, criminalizes lawful freedom of expression when used by a healthcare provider to talk about issues of public concern that have to do with healthcare issues within the competence of that healthcare provider. Imposition of terrible penalties, including the summary lifting of a license to practice before the practitioner has received notice of a complaint and before a complaint has been heard. The imposition of criminal penalties of fines, $200,000. Those could be daily fines, by the way, every day. $500,000 fines for corporations and prison sentences, some up to 2 years and in prison and some up to 6 years in prison. Now, the offenses, the misconduct offenses and the criminal offenses, the processes by which the offenses are determined and convictions are put in place, and the penalties are the kinds of provisions that you would expect to see in countries like Saudi Arabia and China. They're completely arbitrary and you can't really do anything about it. And we also want to ask what is the public purpose served by having a number of people, the Minister of Health, the Cabinet, a dizzying number of unspecified political appointees, and an emergency when there's been a regional or a provincial emergency declared, the provincial health officer, except into law under the Act in British Columbia, any law enacted anywhere by any government or any rule adopted anywhere by any organization that adopts, any group or organization that adopts or sets rules. So that would mean, for instance, that the provincial health officer or some political appointee could adopt into law in British Columbia the international health regulations of the World Health Assembly, for instance. Now, also under the Act, there's many people who can mandate, compulsory vaccination, non-consensual compulsory vaccination for any transmissible disease. Now, I'll leave it up to one of the medical specialists here to tell you whether there's hundreds or thousands of transmissible disease. These things aren't defined in the Act. So,
can you hold the mic a little closer, please?
am I up to? I'm out of time.
No. Thank you.
Appointed members of boards can mandate vaccination. The provincial health officer can mandate vaccination during an emergency. The Minister of Health can mandate vaccination. Cabinet can adopt vaccine mandates from other as I said, from anywhere in the world. The other issue that we want to be very, very concerned about is the cost for this burgeoning of administrators, of appointed administrators, all acting. You know, when Minister Dix talks about transparency, that's wicked to hear that talked about when this ensures an absolute opaqueness of the administrative process. But what is going to be the cost of all these? The Act says that the government will at least temporarily bear the cost of the superintendent's office, but all the other costs will be borne by practitioners. So has anybody answered the question of what will be the increased cost? So I just want to say in closing, thank you for being here, and please do all that you can every day, every week, every month to say, stop the Health Professions and Occupations Act now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that sound like it's a good act? No. No, it does not. So next we have Dr. Chris Kind. He's a naturopathic doctor. Chris Kind is an esteemed naturopathic physician who holds true to the philosophy of practice of naturopathic medicine as taught by his elders. He's a skilled clinician, a knowledgeable teacher, and appreciated by his colleagues. His leadership in the profession has seen him serve as director and president of the BC Naturopathic Association from 2003 to 11, as well as director and board chair of the historic National University of Natural Medicine in Portland, Oregon. Oh, I went to school in Western States where we were neighbors. 2014 to 21, beginning his 38th year of full-time general practice in the Comox Valley and Vancouver Island. He supports the body's natural healing ability using both the simple and traditional natural cure of hydrotherapy alongside a broad range of advanced interventional modalities in treating acute and complex chronic disease. So, round of applause for Chris.
Yeah. Thank you, Bruce, and thank you, John, for organizing this. I really appreciate your efforts, and it was astounding to observe question period today. It actually reminded me of a quote from George Orwell. He was talking about politicians and the language they use, saying something like, well, you can hear this in the way questions were not answered, not even intelligently, in my opinion, but Mr. Orwell said in 1948, he said that politicians work to strive to make murder sound respectable and bring solidity to pure wind. And aside from the two gentlemen standing here, I heard a lot of wind today. But I do want to talk about this act. This act is very concerning, particularly for patients. We heard today in the chamber, and you're all aware that there are many urgent care centers, ERs that are closing down. This is a staff issue. This is not more money. I heard Minister Dix talk about, oh, well, we're giving so much more money to the Vernon clinic that's going to be closing down and blah, 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 blah. It's not a money problem. This is a staff problem. We have over 4,000, I'm not sure what the number is, 4,500 healthcare workers that were fired because they were not vaccinated. They chose to look after their body. We talk about free choice and my body, my choice. These are important issues. And we are not inviting those workers back. And so we're inviting now foreign workers. Thank God we have that interest. But when you have an act like this in British Columbia and you have equal opportunity for any of these healthcare workers to work anywhere in Canada, why are they going to come to British Columbia? Why are they going to come here and suffer with not being able to look after their patients properly? We hear about safety, and this is all about safety for the public. Well, you certainly have safety if you annihilate the profession and there's no more profession keep your people safe from. That's safety, but that's certainly not patient care. In my practice, I am seeing more urgent care than at any time in the 37 years that I've been practicing. I saw a fellow yesterday who was kicked out of the ER because he was a bit obnoxious. He has a clot in his leg. He has gangrene developing in his little toes. He was kicked out because he refused to wear a mask, even though it's not mandatory. He was not given any follow-up. It was not recommended to him that he should, check in with another physician. He does not have a family doctor. I had seen him a number of years ago, so he thought, oh, well, I guess I'll go see Dr. Kind. So he shows up at my office. I have to deal with those things. I'm not going to turn somebody away. The issues of safety also go to the whole issue of people in British Columbia and across Canada, but particularly British Columbia, are dying while they're waiting for appropriate medical care. That is not safety. That's not anything, and that's really obscene in my opinion. Or what we will do to keep people safe, we'll send them to the United States to get care, because we can't handle it here. This act does nothing to improve health care for British Columbians, and we're seeing it continue to be devastated. The issues that the previous speakers have brought up about the legal requirements and the stress on how I might decide to have conversations with my patients. Medicine is always about individualized care. It's always about the one person sitting in front of you or standing in front of you that you have to deal with. And if I don't pay attention to their individual needs, I am not looking after them at all. And to be mandated to use treatments that are not appropriate for an individual certainly does not respect the safety and the health of that patient. So there's lots that I would love to say. I'm going to keep it short, but this act needs to be repealed, absolutely.
Thank you
very much. So next, are you getting the theme of what's going on yet? Yeah. Is it a good act? No, it's not. So next we have Jan Webb. Jan is a retired RN and graduated with distinction in nursing from the University of Victoria and has been serving people in southern Vancouver Island for over 40 years, and both in acute care and in home and AMP community care. In recent past, worked with a team which specialized in planning safe and successful discharges for vulnerable and at-risk patients. So, round of applause for Jan.
Hi, everybody. So nice to see everybody turning out, and I want to welcome people from the UCP party and the NDP party and the Greens. Can you wave your hand and let me know where you are? Oh, great. Thank you for being here. You've got a green bottle. That's wonderful.
So close.
Otherwise, I think our only support in the medical community for the past 2 years, for sure, has been John Rustad and recently Bruce Banman. This isn't supposed to be a really political rally, but when they're the only ones supporting us, it kind of tends to be that, right? Anyway, I want to keep this short. I was fired as a nurse. I worked as a liaison nurse in all 3 hospitals. So I got to see a lot of what was going on during our time of COVID. I did some research early because I wanted to know what were best practices to help people who were affected. And I found out that other provinces were publishing the high recovery rate. I'll repeat that, a high recovery rate of 97 to 99.79%. And I wondered, I don't get why all the fear. What is this about? I've nursed through 4 pandemics, through the MERS, through the SARS-CoV-1, these are all anachronisms, but don't worry about it, the H1N1, and the AIDS virus. We never locked down healthy people. We have a disaster plan in every single province. We all know how to handle communicable diseases. And we have used this plan for decades. What shocked me was to see it thrown completely out the window. In every way that we knew how to handle and deal with this was simply not available for us to do so. The only treatment was the vaccine. So based on my being fairly healthy and not wanting an experimental gene therapy, which is how Pfizer describes it, I chose not to get a vaccine. So I kept delaying, thinking, well, they're never going to mandate it. Not in a million years, because that's illegal. And that's against our Charter of Health and Charter of Rights and Freedom. The Nuremberg Code, the Helsinki Agreement, they would never mandate a vaccine. That's kind of like going back to the 1930s. But they did. So I was told by my boss, you either get the vaccine or you will be terminated. So I tried to say, well, can I work in a separate room? Can I take an antigen test? Can I make a accommodation somehow, work from home? None of that was available to me. There were no options available to me. So my union did not defend me and haven't for the past 2 years. And I want to approach other people, who have had to belong to a union. How supported have you felt by these people who are supposed to be standing up for your rights and your freedoms? How many of you have felt really comfortable with the way you've been represented? I think most people in British Columbia are feeling voiceless right now. I'm just going to end with this. I will never forget Bonnie Henry saying, if you don't promote this vaccine, like it's the only treatment available, a one-size-fits-all, which is never true in medicine, ever, if you don't do this and get the vaccine and promote it, you don't belong in this profession. That blew me away. When your whole life, and these kind people around me stand for ethics and integrity and informed consent, which nobody ever got to do with this protocol. Nobody ever got that. And so we stand here, the small voiceless crowd, trying to wake up people to say, you need to stand up for yourself. The cavalry is not coming to get you. You need to be informed. And for Bonnie Henry, I just wish that she chose to practice with the same integrity and ethics as the people around me that have stood up for the last 2 years to help and promote health with British Columbians. Thank you.
Yeah.
So next we have Dr. Marina. Say it again.
Sapochnikov.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I may be good at speaking, but my tongue gets stuck every now and again. Marina. Did I turn it off? Check. Marina was born in Ukraine and the USSR and obtained her medical degree from Vitsna State Medical Institute. I said it wrong.
I'll introduce myself.
Yeah.
Hey, Marina!
So my name is Marina Sapochnikov, and I'm a family doctor. I work in BC for the last 10 years. I was born in Ukraine in Soviet Union and obtained my degree from Vinnytsia Medical State School, and I ended up in Israel for 15 years, and in 2004 I came to Canada. And after spending 30 years in the Soviet Union, I could hardly imagine myself standing here after 20 years in Canada and defending democracy. That is a sick joke. So I'm standing today in the opposition to the Bill-36, and since the medical care started deteriorated very, very quickly after the COVID started, and I somehow found myself in the midst of it because I had an audacity to exercise my professional opinion and decided that vaccine is not good for me. So that was enough a good decision apparently, because the only reason I'm still working is because I can only work at a private clinic and I cannot set foot at a hospital or any public medical office. So in light of my colleagues said before, I would like specifically focus on two sections, is section 335 and 553. And these sections specifically indicate that our health officer, provincial health officer, in her opinion, based on her opinion alone, can introduce as law in the province a law by reference that made by any provincial, national, or international organization. And it doesn't require any input from the professional colleges or BC Parliament. This is a scary proposition, because in this situation, it gives very few unelected officials almost unlimited power to introduce any law for many millions of people of BC to adopt any medical decisions. So the PHO may adopt the rules that are made by international jurisdictions such as World Health Organization or the World Health Assembly, including any part of the international health regulations or the pandemic treaties, based on their opinion alone, regardless of whether or not Canada voted on it. So the Act gives the authority for the Cabinet, together with the PHO, to adopt rules and regulations from foreign health jurisdictions which were made for different countries, different geographical areas, demographic populations, medical system structures, and so forth. The wording of the Act gives the ability to a few unelected officials to generate a way for non-consensual imposition of the rules and regulation without consideration of the input of the Legislature Assembly. I am deeply concerned that making decisions of such magnitude can be left to the opinion of a limited number of people without a broad oversight by the democratic institutions and professional organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Boom.
You know, I just got to say that when someone from Russia that grew up in the SSR finds that it's more draconian here than it is in the Soviet Union, that should make us all pause. It's very, very scary. Next we have Dr. York Sang. I guess it's Shung. And he has got a list of degrees. He's a professor emeritus of surgery, former head of vascular surgery at the University of BC, consultant surgeon at the VGH, born in Taiwan, educated in the United States, New Zealand, and Canada. He's a distinguished fellow of the Society for Vascular Surgery, past president of the Pacific Northwest Vascular Surgery, Western Vascular Surgery, and Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine. And he took early retirement rather than take the vaccination. So I'll leave it over to you, Doctor.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. I'd like to thank Bruce and John, as well as everybody at the Bill 36 committee, for organizing such a momentous event today. I think we got our message across. Stephen has asked me to talk a little bit about the impact on healthcare professionals. And I think you heard a little bit earlier from Christoph about some of the impacts of this. I would like to point out a few things, though. Every time Adrian Dix gets a tough question about doctors, nurses leaving, the glib answer is, we're working on it. We've given them so much money. We're hiring all these nurses. We're hiring all these doctors. But is that true? No. I came across an interesting statistic. In 2017, pre-COVID, the BC Nurses Union, which represents all the nurses, the registered nurses, the licensed practical nurses, etc., had 55,000 members. In 2023, the BCNU now has only 47,000 members. When the government tells us that only 2.5% of British Columbian healthcare workers were let go, fired, they have no idea how many, like me, took early retirement. The estimate is anywhere between 8 to 10,000. Consider that number for a second. Of the 8,000, probably 7,000 are nurses. The difference between the number of nurses in BC now compared to 2017 is 7,000. That's where your 7,000 nurses are. You have not replaced any of those nurses. In fact, I don't know how long it'll take you to ever replace those nurses. They're not coming back. The situation, though, gets worse because 8,000 out of maybe about 120,000 or so total healthcare workers, let's say 12%, have left. This is not just any random 12%. Consider if you're in a military organization and it's a pyramidal structure with the generals at the top and the privates at the bottom. You take out 12% of the privates, well, that's bad, but the 12% that you've taken out are the senior officers. That's who you've lost. You've lost your captains to your colonels. That's why your hospitals can't run well. You've taken out the most experienced people, the most dedicated, highly organized people, and you're going to replace them with privates, new nursing recruits. Is that even possible? We are so far behind in all of this. On top of that, they're leaving. More and more are leaving. Doctors and nurses are leaving. The end result is that, not surprisingly, hospitals close down. Departments in hospitals close down. Walk-in clinics close down. Where is the end to all of this? As I flew over this morning on a beautiful seaplane, I looked down at it and I was amazed at how wonderful Victoria looks like. And it's so wonderful because everybody was doing their job, serving and protecting. And as we get close to Remembrance Day, we've heard consistently people talking about our military who have given so much to serve and protect us. Well, in the health profession, that's what we want to do too. We want to serve and protect. We can't serve without healthcare workers. And so protect. The government says this new Health Professionals Occupation Act protects the public. Protects them from what? Do they consider us as offenders, every one of us. And so the public has to be protected. If you carry on like this, there won't be any healthcare workers left. The government is really stuck in terms of what it can do. And it reminded me of a letter I received earlier this week. UBC has a new president and vice chancellor. And he started off by saying, he was introducing himself, started off by saying he's talking about all the problems, primarily in the Middle East, and what is happening on campus, where you have Jewish students and you have Muslim students. And so they're warring. And this happens on every campus, every major city. And so he's trying to steer some type of middle path of not trying to offend anybody. So I wrote back to him. I said, congratulations on your new position. I understand that you have a tough job ahead of you. But here's a suggestion. You know that we have a divided campus right now. And you want to know, how can I bring them back? But here's my suggestion. Why don't you look at the last time you divided your campus with your unvaccinated students and your unvaccinated faculty? Why don't you apologize to them? Why don't you bring back your unvaccinated professors who you fired. And why don't you tell them it'll never happen again? Yeah. And when you do that, make it public. Tell the people you mean business. This is the low-hanging fruit. The minimum amount you can do, it certainly won't hurt you in any way, but it will send a strong message in terms of reconciliation. And this is the path you need to seek. I'm still waiting for a response in my letter. The HPOA has to be repealed. It is absolutely terrible. I would be the first to say I am ready to not only repeal it, but to give it a different type of life that will serve what the government wants. It will both serve and protect. We're ready to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think I got one last name that I can mess up one more time. We'll give this a go. Dr. Norman Detlieu. Excellent. I did it right? Wow. Doctor of Chiropractic stands alongside the hundreds of BC chiropractors, such as myself, on principle, and thousands of people in his community in Nanaimo who all see a proper informed consent as a sacred agreement essential to our healthcare. Couldn't agree more with you, Doc. Dr. Norm is a graduate of the prestigious Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College and is here to remind people that their body's ability to heal itself is far greater than we have been led to believe.
Okay. Thank you all so much for this opportunity and for your time. I've been asked today to talk about solutions, and it's easy to see the problems with the HPOA. Maybe a little bit more difficult to identify solutions. But here's one to start with. Let's hire back our heroes. Yeah. Right, that's pretty simple. There's been well, we heard today, bigger numbers than I thought, but close to 10,000 people have either early retirement, left, relocated, got a new job. Those people would all come back and they're ready to work. Simple solution. Okay, another solution. Let's bring back a proper informed consent.
Yeah.
So just for a point of reference, in my office, my informed consent happens over a course of 2 days, 2 visits, and it takes about an hour for me to go through as I begin to bring forward what it is that we do so they have a full understanding of the services they're signing up for, what the possible side effects are, what their alternative course of treatment could be, what could happen if they don't take any action at all. And then at that point, I sit back and I let them make a decision based on their own values and beliefs, right? Because in Canada, we live in a free country, right? And as healthcare providers, that's actually our role, is to give them the best available evidence and then to allow them to make decisions based on their decisions from there, right? Pretty simple. Informed consent does not happen when you're withholding information for 75 years. Informed consent does not happen under a state of duress when we're being coerced to keep a job, right? And so more solutions. What other solutions do we have here? Well, how about free scientific debate, right? Isn't this what science is all about?
Yes.
So new ideas, emergent ideas come from free thinkers and scientists. You heard many very bright minds today, right? New ideas are birthed in our practices, where we see different cases respond, or different people respond differently to courses of care. And we go, wow, isn't this amazing? Let me bring this to my colleagues, where I can bring these ideas forward and we can have open discourse, debate, right? Now, if we're limited about what we can talk about, and there's this whole threat of misinformation and being fined $200,000 or perhaps $500,000, how how can we have scientific debate?
Right.
We can't do it, right? And let's look back in time. If we were to find Bonnie Henry every time she told us one week to do something and then the next week to do it differently,
right,
how broke would that woman be? Right? Okay. And truly, if we're going to fix our healthcare problem here, we need to think bigger picture. We need to think about creating a new health paradigm.
Right.
Okay? Because currently what's happening is we're taking a sick care system and we're selling it to our community as health care, and we're ending up getting a sick community.
Right.
You with me on that?
Yep.
So we've got to get back to the basics around what health truly is. And the foundational building blocks in regards to health are rooted in clean air and drinking clean water and eating nutritious food and exercising and living an active lifestyle and being involved in meaningful ways in your community. Now, it might not be the government's main role to provide that for us, but it certainly is their job not to interfere in it.
Right.
Are you with me on that? Okay. So when I graduated, I took an oath. And that oath was with God, and it was about serving my patients to the best of my ability. And now Bill 36 is asking me to change my allegiance from God to the government, and that's not okay.
Nope.
Please, let's do our part here as we repeal this bill. And I wanted to say, all eyes are looking in here. This is an international gathering. This is being videotaped, live streamed around the world, right? Wow. You have no idea how powerful we are. And may all those people sitting in that chamber behind us, may they recognize that they're being watched closely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we got one to go, and then we're going to let John speak. I got Anna Kindy. She graduated from medical school in Edmonton, Campbell River 25 years ago with her husband, Peter Olson, and has focused on addiction medicine in the last few years. Round of applause, please.
Okay, so I was asked to talk about the consultation that was done for this bill. And we heard Minister Dix mention on numerous occasions how much consultation was done. So let me clarify how much consultation was done. The Caton report, which was years in the making, they consulted the doctors of BC. And the doctors of BC did an online survey for a 2-week period over a holiday period. And they got 56 response. Okay, so fast forward, the bill was introduced, it passed as an act, and our representative for the physicians are the doctors of BC. They have 14,000 members. So, unfortunately, most physicians are still not aware of this bill or this act. But there's enough aware that when they did an online presentation, it was a Zoom presentation in April of 2023, to talk to us about this Health Profession and Occupations Act. And 2 bureaucrats with no medical background superficially went over the whole act. Through this, there was 400 doctors on a Zoom call, and on the chat line, continual questions about this act. There was not one proper answer to all the questions from the 400 doctors. And following that Zoom meeting, the doctors of BC were supposed to get back to us with answers. No physicians got any answers. So, Minister Dix, we were not consulted, sorry to say. Okay. The other thing I want to mention very quickly is Minister Dix as well says that this bill makes us safer. All right? Yeah. Right? So let me talk to you being an addiction doc. And I was a little bit shocked when, John, you told me that Safe Supply is actually a government policy. I thought it was actually what's called BC Centre for Substance Use Policy. But it is actually a government policy, Safe Supply. I talked to one of my colleagues last week, And you know what she mentioned to me? She said, yeah, I had a young fellow come in, student, okay, with a hydromorphone addiction. And she asked him, this is a small town, she asked him, well, you know, how common is that? And he said, well, I know of at least 30 addicted students. 30. Okay, so this is, and Minister Dix is saying this bill is making us safer. Yeah, right. So government does not belong, or politicians do not belong in medicine. Yeah. Okay? Right. In nowhere does the Health Profession Act do they get input from frontline workers. So it actually makes us less safe. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm proud to call my leader, John Rustad.
Thanks, Bruce. Thanks, everybody, for coming out here. And I want to especially thank those that have shared a few words and speaking. It's not easy to do, especially for those that have made some tough choices and have had impacts on their careers. But I want to say this about our healthcare system. And I asked this question in the legislature. We have ERs that are shutting down, especially in small communities. The nurses I've talked to, and I've talked to nurses right around this province, what they're telling me is they're burnt out. They're working minimal shifts, they're being asked to work double shifts, they're seriously concerned about being able to service their patients. I'm talking to a number of doctors around the province, people that care deeply about their community and about their patients. And a number of them are telling me that they're done. Not only are they burnt out, not only are they concerned about not being able to service their patients, but they're concerned about this act, and they're concerned about, quite frankly, not being able to work properly in this province, not being able to provide the professional advice that they have been trained to do for their patients. People go to school for a decade or longer to be able to service people, to be able to give back, to be able to build health care for the people, and we need it, especially, you know, us that are getting a little older and a little grayer. We need more of those services. We need to be able to trust those people. We need to know that they have our best interests in mind, and I do know as a profession they do that to the person. There isn't a single one I've ever met that doesn't have that as their goal. And Adrian Dix has said they want to protect patients from the healthcare workers. To me, this is just wrong. We should be figuring out how we actually support and honor our healthcare workers. Yes. Our healthcare workers are the backbone of healthcare. Without them, we don't have healthcare. As a society, we need to be holding them up. We need to be saying thank you. We need to be treating them. During the pandemic, we banged pots. We said thank you for serving us. And suddenly that's all stopped. And I look today at what we're doing, particularly when I look at the fact that we're still sticking with these mandates. We are one of the only jurisdictions in the world that is forcing this mandate issue. And whether you want to take it or not, that is your choice. That should be your choice. It should be your ability to make those decisions. But I can tell you, when you go into an emergency room, when you go in and you have a problem, okay, I'm cut off. Oh, there we go, okay. When you go in and you have something that you need to be taken care of, it's an emergency. You want a doctor to be there. And I can tell you, when you've come from a small community, one doctor can make a huge difference. A couple of nurses make a huge difference. We should be doing everything we can to get those healthcare workers back in our system. We need to take our system. We need to take our system from right now, which is a pretty dark place. Right. Morale out. People out. People are really struggling that are working in that system. We need to take it and we need to show them hope. We need to show them that we can make a difference, that we can honor them, that they can carry on with their profession, and that the support will be there so that they'll be able to carry on a daily basis, doing what it is that they're being trained to do, which is provide us the best health care possible in this province. So I really want to thank... Oh boy, okay. I really want to thank once again the people that have spoken. Thank everybody here for showing up today. With this, I really want to thank CSSCM, the work that they've done. I think The problem is the battery, I think, is going a little bit. I really want to thank the work that they have done. Can everybody just hear me? Yeah. Okay. I really want to thank the work that they have done, because they have gone around to people in this province. They've handed out these cards. They've asked them to bring them in, to have them. Okay, second one. This one's cold. I thought that was one thing as a doctor. You're not supposed to have cold hands. Anyway, they've gone around and they've asked people to sign up, healthcare workers and individuals from around this province, to be able to bring their concerns forward with these cards. We presented them today in the legislature. They will be distributed to MLAs, and we expect responses. And I think you, as individuals, should expect responses from your politicians. They should be able to respond and say, this is why I voted for this bill, or this is why, we're doing this. My perspective, this is a bill, quite frankly, that leads us further into darkness. Right. It needs to go. It needs to be changed. We need to be able to get back to a place that puts healthcare people back at the center of our healthcare. I just want to touch on one more quick thing that just drives me absolutely nuts about our healthcare system. When a hospital has a budget, if they have a problem, if they're running out of money, what do? They see less patients, because they look at patients as a cost. I think that is completely wrong. I think what hospitals need to be doing is doing everything they can to be able to service patients, to be able to bring patients in. And they need to be able to be supported if they can do more, not punished. Our healthcare system needs dramatic change, ladies and gentlemen, and you're all a part of that in coming out here and doing this today, talking about this. I look forward to that work ahead, and I look forward to unveiling what we're going to be doing as the Conservative Party of British Columbia to change healthcare for the better in this province. Thanks everybody again for coming out here today.
Well, we remember those events, considering we hosted them.
So we've got a decent turnout of media, and they actually stayed for the whole event this time.
What do you think about this side of
and try to articulate that position?
Sure. So what I see happening, the pandemic is one thing. Bonnie Henry did her best to do this pandemic, and you can agree or disagree with the decisions that she made during that period of time. But we are past the pandemic at this point. Every other jurisdiction in the world is learning how to deal with COVID-19 without having to have these mandates. It seems to be an ideological bent that says if a healthcare worker is not prepared to take a vaccination, they shouldn't be in the profession. I disagree. We need everybody we can that is trained to be in the profession to be able to provide services, and quite frankly, Bonnie Henry is preventing those people from being in our system. That is causing a harm to our healthcare system, and for that reason, I think, quite frankly, we should be looking at a different healthcare officer in this province.
One of the things that was brought up multiple times was around the idea a lot of these healthcare workers have moved on. Is there any optimism that if the mandate was listed that we would have these workers back into our much-needed, short-term staffed healthcare system?
I don't think we would have them all back, no. We would have some back, and some would be helpful. But I think more importantly, what we're looking at is when we're trying to attract people into our healthcare system to solve the healthcare crisis that we have, we need to be able to make it as open and as accepting of people to be able to come in that are trained professionals that can meet the needs that we have in this province. And we're creating a barrier to that with the policy that we have, and it's a barrier that no other jurisdiction in the world has. They're attracting them, and we've got a barrier to be able to bring them here into British Columbia.
One thing Adrian Dick said this morning was that this is not a 50-50 debate. This is a 99-1 debate. The 99% of healthcare workers got vaccinated. Do you agree to him that this is a 99-1 debate?
I don't agree with this at all. And part of the reason why I'll say that is you talk to healthcare workers about vaccinations. The vast majority have had 2. They haven't gone and taken a 3rd or 4th. They haven't taken a booster. So you ask them, why did they take the shot? And I think The challenge that we have right now is this is really about ideology. And to me, when you're looking at delivering healthcare, people in this province are not looking for ideology. What they're looking for is healthcare to be delivered to them when they need it.
So is there still valid cause for the mandate to keep healthcare workers in the position where they have to take the vaccination to obtain work in the province?
I think the issue is the evidence doesn't suggest that, especially when you look at every other jurisdiction in the world that's dropped their mandate. So why is British Columbia still doing this when other jurisdictions are not? What is it that they're following that British Columbia is refusing to see?
And does that relate specifically to Bill 36? There's a judicial review.
So what Bill 36 does, it takes the mandates and it actually extends it now to all of the healthcare professions, and is a requirement to even come into work in the field. And that's what Bill 36 does, among many, many other things.
Right, so it supports the mandates.
Yeah, well, it reinforces the government's ability to bring in mandates.
Mm-hmm. You're certainly aware of the judicial review regarding the whether the mandates are justified to continue.
There are many cases and that are going forward with this, and I can't comment on them. We'll see how they go in terms of bringing forward, but all I can comment on is the evidence that I've seen and what other jurisdictions doing and what we're not doing.
And what feeling do you get from what happened in the House today, the response and the postcard campaign going forward? Is this going to be an effective thing, or do you see other means that need to be taken?
This is just one battle in an ongoing war to change and improve our healthcare system and to get rid of Bill 36. And this was another big step today in terms of people bringing it forward, continuing having this on the radar, and not letting government just sweep this under the table. And that's why it's important what we did here. With regards to the questions in question period today, I'm always reminded that it's question period, not answer period. And so clearly this government isn't prepared to provide any real answers.
Thanks for everything you're doing today, John.
Hi, Katie.
May I ask you a few questions? Thanks a lot. I think that was I'll hold it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that was. I'm not even sure what to ask. That was a great speech that you gave. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you
for coming out and solutions. Hey, so
excellent. And I missed a part that if I have a second here.
Tell.
Yeah, it's on my list here of things I could have said. But so here's the piece: is that in regards to health. In this current situation, if we're waiting for a politician to fix the problem, or a trucker to fix the problem, or a doctor to fix the problem,
a doctor, sure.
Right, we've missed the boat here because it's going to take each one of us to do our part, right, and to be the change that's needed.
Like in terms of looking after our own health, is that what this?
I think it's true to both. Right? I think it's true to both, right? And we can talk about the bill, right, that we've all got to be engaged and do our part here, but also in regards to health. I mean, true health is an inside-out phenomenon, right? Health comes from within, and so what we've been duped in thinking is that it comes from outside, and that we need somebody who's an authority who might know more than us to tell us what to do, when really every well-meaning doctor knows that really health comes from within, and to have the patient's participation involved in the process is really most important in this too.
So the current system that we have is kind of one of transferring personal responsibility to an external authority to look after us, and so going forward we're moving out of that, aren't we?
Well, there's opportunity. I think that's what the world's nudging us to, and I think that's the most disruptive power in all of this too, is if we just each one of us take our power back and claim, and now with that comes responsibility, right, which a lot of people are maybe afraid of taking responsibility, but that really is the key to freedom, right? There is no freedom without responsibility.
So in a way, reflecting on that, this bill is actually supporting that, because it's either pushing individuals and doctors to take part in a system that just takes the rest of the responsibility away, or we have to take responsibility for our politicians to begin with, because that's part of the job too. If I'm responsible as someone who lives here, am I not responsible for whoever I hire to manage some of my affairs?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a tremendous opportunity with this bill because it is so egregious and it's going to cause such catastrophe within our healthcare system that it really could be the breaking point which wakes up people en masse to make change and, like you say, to really take responsibility for the politics, also for their health too.
So in the end, the politicians truly they're serving us. They're serving the people by, conducting themselves in such a way that we're essentially forced to wake up.
100%, yeah, for sure. And that's kind of the good thing with this bill. It isn't a vaccination bill. It's far bigger than that, right? And so this, I think, affects every BC citizen. There's already 1 million of us who are without a doctor, albeit some of those is by choice, but for a lot of people, they just don't have access to a doctor.
What's the population of BC? It's like 5 million or something. So that's 1/5 of the population without a doctor?
Yeah, for sure.
It seems really high. What has it been historically? Is it always... That's a really radical increase, isn't it?
It definitely is. Yeah, for sure. And, sticking on that note, a lot of people see this just as a provincial issue, okay? That healthcare is provincially regulated. Although that's true, also remember that our federal government doles out large sums of money to the provinces to facilitate health. Right? Now, if the provinces are not fulfilling on their duties of providing health care for the citizens, then there's an issue. And if 20% of the BC residents don't have a doctor, then our government is not fulfilling on the duties that they're being paid for. This is a national issue.
It's a national issue. Right. And it seems like it's even an international issue when I hear doctors talking about how this bill supports, it grants the ability of, say, for example, Bonnie Henry, our public health officer, to be able to adopt policies that are written by, unelected organizations like, say, the WHO or the World Health Assembly, just really streamlining policies coming from basically anywhere.
Yeah, it opens the door for outside agencies to bring in new policies without even being debated, without being discussed, and just being implemented, which is pretty eye-opening. So you're right, this is really an international issue, because if this isn't addressed here, if we don't stop it here, chances are it's going to spread elsewhere for sure.
Right, across Canada and
elsewhere, yeah, and for sure.
Obviously, it's looking like the WHO wants to basically be in charge of things.
Yeah.
So back to solutions. What more can we do?
Well,
I mean, the idea you said hire back our heroes. So, let's take that one as an example. What can we do to support that process occurring? Because here we are on the steps of our legislative assembly, and I don't feel like we got a great response in the House today in terms of how the delivery of the postcard initiative was received. And in fact, the moment that it was received, it was like a bell went off, and most of the MLAs looked like they were gathering up their cell phones and their paperwork and getting ready to leave, and that was the moment that it was announced. I mean, I felt that was kind of strange, but again, back to the question being, how do we get those heroes hired back?
Right. Well, I think that's, it's a matter of numbers. Number one is that we've got to demonstrate that the people are behind this. Already with this movement, we've had close to 10,000 people sign postcards, right? That's a large number of people. And what we've seen when we have that number of people is that the politicians do step on side. Point in case today, John and Dr. Bruce was here, right? John Rustad was here, which is Banman, and so we have the leader of the Conservative Party who's already willing to work on side with us.
Right.
So I think as we continue to build our momentum, 10,000 is going to become 100,000. We have an election coming in the next year. If our group gets to 100,000 people, all of a sudden this becomes a swing vote issue, and that's when the politicians are going to start listening to us, which is really how politics wants to be run, right? Where politicians are listening to the people, not the other way around. And there's also other things that we can do as individuals, just writing a letter to your local newspaper, right? Hire back our heroes. There's lots of content that we can be putting forward to our local newspapers, and that's something that we all can be doing, right? So that's just a simple thing that we can do to be getting the message out.
And there's a lot of simple things like that, aren't there? Just
huge.
Get involved. I mean, whatever the thing is that you feel passionate about,
share your post.
Really
right?
Can't go wrong.
Yeah,
that's right. Like and share this post. Get it out there, people.
Yeah,
continuing to raise awareness, and I mean that's what I'm hearing about the postcard campaign is that it's going to continue. And the petition that was brought to the House here in May had 17,500 signatures. I think that's continuing.
Yes.
And so just build on the momentum. And that's another interesting point too. Just several people have said this to me, just how few doctors actually even know about this bill still even now, after it's been accepted and at some point likely to start being enacted. So just getting the word out, I guess.
Right. I mean, it's been tricky politics, right? Because the bill reached its royal assent last November. However, it hasn't been enacted, meaning we haven't really seen it be implemented. So most health professionals have not felt the impact of what this bill is all about. And really, we can only kind of guess what it's going to look like. It's paving the way for a whole bunch of horrible things. But we really don't know that until it's enacted. So it's very comfortable for health professionals right now. It's been 3.5 years of very hard sledging, and in the last year things have kind of opened up, and we've been able to get back to work and serve our people.
Right.
So I think a lot of my colleagues are just happy to be going back to work. And right? And so we're kind of in a comfortable zone right now. So that's a bit unfortunate, really, that we're not feeling the impact of the bill yet.
Well, and this is my viewpoint, but I would say that it almost makes me want to ask questions about psychological warfare. People get pushed and pushed and pushed, and then they ease off, and then they push again. That's a tactical thing to do. Anyway, that's kind of an aside. I did also want to ask you about. I read that there's this paragraph 213, I believe it is, and this is where the practice standards, which in the bill is an undefined term, and then also in that same paragraph, it's indicated that the minister will be able to regulate what doctors and practitioners must and cannot say to their patients. So that seems to be one of the heavier-handed things about this, right?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Very concerning. I think most people would like the option of choosing which doctor and which viewpoint their doctor might have. This is a great thing to be able to access different viewpoints, whether it's a more traditional, a more maybe leading edge, a more natural, and to get a variety of different viewpoints. But what this bill is preventing is just that, right? So we're losing our diversity of viewpoints, which really is rooted in our training, right? And our forefathers who have taught us and have passed on hundreds of years of knowledge onto us, and we're being prevented now from being able to share those diverse viewpoints with the public.
Well, we'll just keep raising awareness and bringing more people in. It sounds like there's a lot more doctors aware of this just in the last months
100%.
Since the postcard campaign has been running, and so it's working, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. There's more all the time. We're doing Zoom calls now every 2 weeks with the health professionals, and we have a nice group who comes out with that, and all the videos are recorded so you can go back and access those for future listening. So there's a lot of content coming to the surface. It starts with awareness. Awareness is always the first step. Yeah.
Well, let's keep building it. Thanks a lot for your time today, Norm.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate
Thanks,
you coming
Brian.
on.
Right on.
And Dr. Norm Detillieu of Lifehouse
You got it.
Chiropractic in Nanaimo.
Awesome. Thanks so
Okay,
much.
take good care. See you again.
Too close to 60 healthcare professionals.
I was. Yeah. Okay, now do one. Now where's Bruce?
Thanks.
Are you doing the live broadcasting? Because while I was talking to you, a guy came up to me who had been following it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm broadcasting live both here and this morning on the front steps when the photo shoot was happening for the handover of the cards. Yeah, there's others live broadcasting as well, though. I think Serena.
It was a pleasure talking.
Yeah,
to you
you too,
earlier.
Daniel.
Right?
Thanks so much.
It was
yeah.
kind of a show. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if you got that.
We're live right now, just so you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first half
Can
hour.
I?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not even sure what to ask, but.
Oh, just ask away about anything.
Well,
But my thoughts about witnessing the legislature.
Yeah,
the first
please
half
do.
hour
Share a little.
being just the politicians talking about, give a round of applause to my family, and we might be having a grandson. It just seemed like an exercise in pure narcissism. They weren't there to represent their constituents. They weren't there to help, make British Columbia a better place. They were just there to talk about themselves and pat themselves on the back. And that was the first half hour, maybe even 45 minutes of the legislative session.
It did seem kind of ridiculous.
It was
doesn't
ridiculous. Like, why are these politicians?
There's serious issues.
Yeah, there's serious issues to be discussed. Unemployment, closing emergency departments, side effects, the health burden, people getting blood clots, myocarditis, autoimmune diseases, cancers. Talking about themselves was more important. And that was extremely selfish. And like I mentioned with, Serena pointed out, that this is a disrespect. It's a overt show of disrespect for the constituents. That the politicians want to talk about their families and pat themselves on the back for doing nothing, more than they want to talk about what their constituents are concerned about in their own ridings.
Yeah, I don't understand how that even has become a part of, well, I guess it's not part of question period, but it's sort of the intro moment, or how did that even get to be a thing?
But that's something that the politicians are getting away with. They run out the clock with useless, congratulations to themselves and their families for having a grandchild or something. And all the meaningful questions that were put up in question period, they just go unanswered. They're just these circular, canned responses. Even this event here, it's a consistent message of marginalization. There were over 60 seats empty in the gallery, and yet we had dozens of people who came here who weren't allowed in. Because you saw all the empty seats. They were on both sides. And the seats all the doctors in our group was put in was right at the back where we wouldn't be seen. We were marginalized, pushed to the back where we wouldn't be seen by the premier, the health minister, or any of the politicians down below.
Daniel, did you notice right at pretty much at the end, just before John presented with Dr. Banman the postcards that had been received, it sounded like a bell went off or something. There was a bell.
That's right. And then the marshals came in and they just took away the boxes. The postcards were never distributed to each of the members of the legislative.
Well, I think that's supposed to happen after, but the thing that caught my attention was that the delivery of the postcards happened after the bell, and most of the MLAs were shuffling papers and looking like they were getting ready to exit.
It's marginalization, right? Running out the clock with useless, self-congratulatory, selfish, narcissistic chitter-chatter for the first part of the legislative session, and when meaningful issues are to be discussed, it's just running out the clock with repetitive non-answers. And then the postcards, they were just kind of shuffled off as soon as the bell rang.
I guess that's why they call it question period and not answer period. That was
exactly not answer. And even the speeches after the event were in a parking lot at the back of the legislature where we aren't exposed to the general public. We're not waking up new people. We aren't visible to the public. We're in a parking lot at the back of the legislature. And they wouldn't allow us to have an event which is for the public, because that's the whole reason we're here. We're here to protect the children, the next generation of British Columbians. And any society that fails to protect children, does experiments on them, that society doesn't last very long. And they went through long-winded explanations about how much they're honoring history with Remembrance Day, but no discussion on the meat and potatoes, the crux of the issue, to protect our children from medical experiments. Harmful medical experiments, known harms. And if a legislature, if these politicians and society as a whole, we don't protect our children from harm, no society lasts very long. They have no future, whether it's the Roman Empire or any empire. Once we start sacrificing our children for the sake of narcissism, politics, profits, society comes to an end.
We're not on very solid footing anymore.
No, exactly. And societies like that, societies like I witnessed in the BC Legislature today, are numbered. You can't have a governing body completely obsessed with selfish self-congratulations, ignoring the needs of constituents, causing harm by not banning known harmful substances from being injected into children. What's going to happen? Are the children going to grow up and take care of the generation that raised them? No, because they'll be dying of cancer. They won't even be around, right? So, and when the next generation, the children, have collapsed through disease, deception, demoralization, there's not going to be anyone staffing the nursing homes, healthcare departments. And the generation that dropped the ball, that failed to protect, to raise the children because they were scared of a seasonal illness that comes every year, right? Then it becomes payback. There's no one left to take care of them. And anyone left to take care of them has, they're going to turn their backs on them, and you're going to have to fend for yourselves. Because we're going to witness an entire collapse of the future generations. We're already witnessing the collapse of the medical system in British Columbia.
Yes.
Doctors are demoralized, they're going elsewhere. Nurses the same. But the politicians only want to talk about themselves.
What you're suggesting is that it's not limited to the medical system. This collapse is broader.
We're just the canary in the coal mine. That when the politicians have failed and people haven't woken up enough to realize that they shouldn't trust their future survival and their health to a politician who couldn't care less about anything other than getting reelected and collecting their pension after 2 terms of service. If people don't really start moving en masse, holding their politicians to account, then the future of British Columbia is over. If you don't look out for the survival of the next generation of your children, you allow them to get myocarditis and be experimented on medically.
But we've seen so many people writing letters and using all the usual channels to gain access to, bringing this information and awareness to our MLAs, to our elected officials, and generally it seems being ignored in these matters.
Is marginalized, exactly.
So are there other means that you see? Are there other solutions that we should be exploring?
Well, first step is not allowing ourselves to be marginalized, right? So when we're having a political event, when we're trying to send a message through, is not allowing ourselves to be shuffled off to the back parking lot of the Parliament. We should stand our ground and stand in front of the Parliament because this is our building, right? And the fact that we've allowed security and non-legislated procedures to say 60 seats, people don't have the right to witness what their politicians do because they didn't register in the week beforehand to be a visitor in the Parliament. You saw how many empty seats there were. There was over 60 empty seats.
I would say at least that.
Right, and plenty of the members of the public could come in, but they were denied by security at the front of the Parliament. Who are these securities? Right? They have all these badges, protective services, no IDs. Somehow I think we are paying for them. What's the legislative act that prevents the public from witnessing the proceedings of Parliament? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The parliaments could become completely lawless. They won't let even the citizens witness what goes on in their government.
So we need to be present. We need to be watching them more closely.
Yeah. And then non-disclosure agreements that are being signed by these politicians that is protected by non-disclosure. How much of our government is hidden from us? How much of the harms of these experimental mRNA vaccinations were known ahead of time? And yet these injections were being pushed to high schools and elementary schools. You're going to witness a whole generation of young kids who will have nothing but complete disregard for this generation that's dropped the ball in terms of protecting them from harms, protecting them from pharmaceutical greed, protecting them from annihilation. We don't know what the infertility rates are after 2 injections of mRNA. We don't know what the cancer rates. And the fact that the politicians and media have consistently lied and people haven't taken action against being lied to. You can't call anything safe or effective if it's never been used before. You can't call anything safe unless you have 10 years of data proving it's safe.
Right.
And not even then. The glyphosate, they didn't prove that it caused lymphomas and cancers until 30 years after the fact. It took 30 years of data to finally prove that Roundup, glyphosate that's being sprayed on all the crops, increase your chances of lymphomas. 30 years. You can't call anything that safe. And then effective, well, they didn't even have one single flu seasons of data to show that it was effective at anything. Right? And then, so that's such a moral failure, but politicians went along with the narrative. They completely ignored the Canadian Human Rights Act and instituted mandates. You're not allowed to travel. You're not allowed into a restaurant unless you get a passport.
Under the emergency orders.
No, but the Canadian Human Rights Act precedes emergency orders. It's from 1978. It says you can't discriminate against anyone for genetic reasons, medical reasons, or any reasons. 1948, Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is for Remembrance Day. Not a single person in the legislature mentioned how the government over the past 3 years violated the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which enshrined the security and right to safety and security of the person. Bodily autonomy, completely ignored. We saw a lot of speeches in the legislature about remembering and Remembrance Day, but nothing meaningful. It was all hot air.
Just lip service.
Lip service. They could have just talked about, yes, in 1948, the entire world got together and wrote the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, guaranteeing safety and security of the body. Safety and security of the body. Is that taking a medical experiment? No, that's not safety and security of the body. And what's worse, as adults, what we've done to the younger generation is allowed fears of a flu season to poison our own children. That's what's happened.
By giving them the jab.
Yeah. Something that cannot be proven to be safe because it hasn't been around long enough to be safe. Cannot be proven to be effective because it hasn't even been around long enough to know if it's effective.
It just seems like herd mentality, going along to get along, maintain your access to whatever you're used to, and just, is it just a...
I brought down the wrong audio. There we go. So if you want to catch more of Brian's interview with Dr. Nagassi here, he is on, and I'm just hearing myself, so it's going to be 1 second. I just got to go with it. Okay. I wanted to read a little bit more about the Bill 36. And it looks like Brian's going to keep going with this interview for a little while. And I don't know if my sync's going. A couple technical issues during the broadcast with the audio going in and out. We'll get that all sorted out. Thank you for joining us throughout this presentation this morning. And we've got one caller. I believe Kathy is going to send that link, and we'll get this person on the air and see if that works out so that we can do this again and keep getting people to call in as we cover different stories and events going forward. It's pretty important that we get this worked out. So I'm going to cut back for 1 second, and then away we go. All right, just give me a second here.
Individuals who've just been, indoctrinated for generations. It's been handed down through the belief systems of families, and the system just perpetuates it.
Mm-hmm. Unless people take a stand for their own survival.
And some people have.
Right? And a stand for the survival of their children.
Mm-hmm.
Then, the people who don't, they're not going to... The society that they thought would take care of them in their old age is not going to exist. Simple as that.
Yeah, things are creeping along, and if they creep slowly enough, people can just continue to ignore it, is how it seems. Hey. Well, I appreciate your time, Daniel. Thank you so much, and I'm glad you came today, and I got to meet you.
Yes, good to talk to you too.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you something because when we were in Toronto.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Brian Edgar with Storm Rider News in front of the BC Legislative Assembly, actually behind it. We're on the back steps here, but there it is. Beautiful Victoria, BC. And I'm going to sign off now. It's been a quite illuminating day seeing the proceedings, and I just want to thank everybody who watched, and thank you to John Rustad and Dr. Rustad and Banman. Thanks to BC Rising. Thanks to the Canadian Society for Science and Ethics in Medicine. Thank you to Not TV. Thank you to the Freedom Network. Thank you to Liberty, and everybody who, has done their part, whatever that part was, helping get the word out. And we'll be tracking this and seeing what comes next. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a great day.
All right. Is this my mic? I think so. Okay. So thanks again for tuning in. Brian's live part down in Victoria in front of the BC Legislature today. We're going to see if we can get at least one caller in to try and give this a quick test. And then I'm going to sign off for the broadcast. It looks like the computer's starting to lag a little bit. We kind of pushed it to its limit this morning. But we've got a list of things to work out and make this a little bit better. I've got a beeping in the background that's going to happen now because the microwave just went off. A roommate just got home, and the joys of broadcasting from the living room. So again, really important. I started to read this, and then the press conference kicked off. But Bill 36 was one of the largest bills ever passed in British Columbia. consisting of 645 sections and 276 pages, that received royal assent on November 24th, 2022. Members of the BC Legislature failed to fully consider or debate the 412 clauses. MLA Mike Farnworth made the motion to dispose, which means end the debate, and that motion was carried. The public was denied due democratic process to have a fully debated and considered bill, violating the BC government's own Standing Order S84 1 and 2 of the BC Constitution Act of 1996, Section 45. What can you do? You can learn about the Act and recognize its implications for you and your patients and clients, if you have patients and clients, if you're a doctor or a health professional. The Act will empower government intrusion into your relationship with patients and clients. So we've got some links that we had shared. I'll get this link up. This one's pretty good. The CSSEM website, where you can see all of the information and details about the bill. Again, I apologize for the little lag in the video. We've got some bugs we'll get sorted out. If this is working before I end this broadcast, I'm going to go through these 9 points, because this is really about the restrictions that the bill creates. Number 1, all BC practitioners must now follow health guidelines set by political appointees for their patients or risk penalties, including loss of license to practice. Number 2, non-compliance with ministry therapeutic guidelines may result in fines up to $200,000, or if the doctor is incorporated or the business is incorporated, $500,000, and incarceration up to 6 months or 2 years. Again, that would be for individuals versus corporations, I believe. Number 3, anonymous complaints to the colleges can result in summary suspension of licensure to practice before the complaint is investigated. I apologize for the microwave in the background. Number 4, appointees chosen by politicians may now enter a healthcare practice, seize patient records, and restrict access to that facility without a warrant or court order. Number 5, refusal to accept all ministry-mandated vaccines and therapies will likely result in delicensure. Number 6, college advisory boards will now consist of government appointees only. Number 7, all self-regulatory healthcare professions in BC will be governed entirely by politicians and their agents, using appointees selected by the Ministry of Health. Number 8, the Cabinet and the Minister of Health can adopt as law in BC any regulations, codes, standards, or rules enacted in foreign jurisdictions or international bodies. Number 9, the new Health Professions and Occupations Act requires further elucidation of undefined terms used in the Act, such as, quote, false or misleading information, end quote, which may be defined by appointees at their discretion, lacking consultation with health professionals. So there are things that doctors can do if you don't agree with this act and want to raise some awareness. There's a poster that is on this website that you can download, and you can place it prominently in your office. You can share the flyer that's on this webpage with your patients and encourage them to fill in the pre-addressed patient postcard. And then the postcards can then be forwarded to a local MLA. And also send your practitioners postcards to your own association, or inform your patients and clients and other practitioners. So there's a couple of guidelines for doctors specifically, health professionals specifically, and as we've said earlier in the broadcast, there are many health professionals silently leaving the province, and is putting a lot of additional stress on the medical system here in British Columbia, and there are others who are retiring early. And as you saw at the BC Legislature in question period this morning, the questions posed to Health Minister Adrian Dix were not addressed by the minister. And the press conference that was held afterwards really highlighted that fact and the issues surrounding Bill 36 and how discourse, and the people presenting their thoughts and opinions during the press conference felt that there was no proper discourse or conversation held with the government, and more will be revealed as time goes on. So your part, if you're watching and you don't agree, would be to continue to let your voices be heard and let your MLAs know your opinion about it. And I don't know that we have a caller for today. It looks like this link, nobody's on it. We'll do some testing. We'll do some testing before the next one, because it might be a little bit of a hiccup. I'll get the bugs worked out where this isn't quite so choppy, and we'll work on getting you new up-to-date information as this unfolds with the Bill 36. If I said Bill C-36, I apologize. If it's got the C in the name, it refers to the House of Commons, and it's a federal bill. In this case, we're just referring to Bill 36 here in British Columbia. And there is many other things politically going on in the world and in our communities. So if you want to help support this broadcast, and you want to help support any kind of future broadcast, or just to help Not TV get more content like this going, then head over to not.tv/coffee and you can buy me a coffee. I'll share it with the team, and together we'll make sure we can get you some more quality content that is delivered timely and gets you involved. So thank you so much for watching. If you've got anything that you want to share, any ideas, comments, any related news or things that you think we ought to be following up on or covering, you can email Kathy at not.tv. That's Kathy with a C, and let us know. And then I left that on screen, the call-in link, but we're going to do that the next time. As for today, I'm Travis Cross. Should I put my name up? I don't have my name to say it, so I'll just say it. I'm Travis Cross with Not TV. Thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to sharing our next broadcast with you as soon as